Nobody can show up with a black face, a brown face, and say anything because we don't have community. Because if I say that to say this, if they was the real Black Panthers, man, they would have came out there deep. They would have had a hell of a community watch out there. They would have had a lot of people out there. It wouldn't just be a couple of faces with people with uniforms. So I forgot to share that damn. Hold on, let me see. So I contacted him. He called me. I don't know if y'all can see that, but he called me. He was like, "I'm gonna put out a." Well, let me see if I can. He called me, and we talked about, people twisting up their words, and he's gonna put out a statement pretty soon. So I'm still waiting for that statement update right now. I will be going on Facebook. I know he uses Facebook more than he uses Twitter. So I will be going to Facebook later on if you guys can. And somebody else had said they contact him, and he has said something about that these people are I just got off the phone with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. He said to stop sharing these videos of fake Black Panthers because they're doing all we are doing is giving them validity. Said that they are agent. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, and one thing that was telling was the logos, because the Black Panthers don't use the original logos no more. Like it's some OGs do, but the Black Panther Cubs, the ones who actually are in charge now, they have a different logo. That's what I was looking like. What is going on? Like what kind of logo is that? How are you, 30 something, probably close to 40, probably close to 40. How are you rocking the OG badge? Like are you a nephew or a cousin, a brother to Huey P. Newton, or you like who are you? But this is why I say we gotta. You just can't believe everything that you see, man. A lot of this stuff out here is fake. A lot of these people out here are put in place to either get us riled up or to get us in these groups where they can, where we'll be easy pickings for the CIA, the FBI. They get us on these watch lists and whatnot. You never know who you are working around until you work with them. And this is why it's important to have community over anything, because nobody will have. Nobody can be able to do this if we actually had a grip on our community. Nobody can just walk in and say that we are the Black Panther Party without, even having a chapter. It was one woman who has said, I think the same woman I just shared her screenshot, she has said, how can this man get in contact with, with the chairman? I have worked with the chairman multiple times. Every time I go to Chicago, I donate to the Fred Hampton House. And actually, if you can, please donate to the Fred Hampton House. They're still trying to remodel. They're still remodeling, doing a lot of good things in their community. Last time we went out there, we gave out 15,000 diapers and clothes, books, food. It was a celebration. It was very dope. The only thing that was shitty was the community watch motherfuckers trying to shit on our parade. But we really, the community came together. It was good. We had people from all walks of life. We had people who was, Spanish speaking. We had Black people, white people. We had, some middle class people who needed help. We had some real poor people, some homeless people who had needed the help. And I'm glad that we was able to help everyone that needed help. Everybody who walked up to us got their help. And I said that to say this: there is a rise in xenophobia amongst the Black community on the internet, right? Because these people would say, "Oh, we got to take care of ours. We got to take care of ours first. We got to take care of this and that first, right?" That isn't the teachings of no Black Panther that I have ever listened to, I have ever read upon. I have never heard a Black Panther told me to only care about Black people. I have heard Black Panthers tell me to protect Black people, protect Black communities, yes. But to only care like that, that makes no sense. How can I only care for one group of people? If I care, I care. There's no, until you give me a reason not to care for you, you be racist, xenophobic, homophobic, etc. If you push out hate, then I'm going to give you hate. But if you want to build community, you want to build trust, you want to build love, then I'm all for that. I really give a fuck what your skin color is, because a lot of us, truth be told, we're going to need a lot of these bodies for the revolution, and a lot of white people always say this. I have always had this ideology that I believe that white people should be on the front lines. I believe that white people should be on the front lines before anyone. I believe this is their mess to clean up. But before they even get on the front lines, they need to be educated. Huey P. Newton talked about this when he encouraged Black or white leftists and Black communists to come together and build parties in their communities with solidarity with the Black Panthers in mind and Black community in mind. So I'm not going to sit here and say this isn't our fight, or you guys shouldn't be out there, sticking up for illegals. Like there was a point in the time when we were the illegals. You know what I'm saying? There was a point in time when we were and we still are. We still are. Let's not act like, once we reach those prisons, they don't treat us like, 3/5 of a human again. You are back in slavery. You are back into, backbreaking and all of these things that never went away since slavery. So I would never sit here and say this is only this is their fight. This isn't our fight, because I feel like every fight is my fight, especially as a Black man in America. And this is where, a lot of tides are going to be turned, because there's a lot of people who, idolize. I want to say they idolize the Black Panthers, but they don't really know too much about their teachings, because I have seen people, even on my post say, it was some white people that was like, yeah, this is and that. And they was like, oh, well, Black people can't have shit, and this and that. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, yes, the Black Panthers were Black. It was a Black party. It was led by Black people, but that doesn't mean we didn't have other people in the ranks. The Black Panthers had other chapters in different countries, man. Like, I don't get the because what happens when you let the working class be picked apart like this? Because this is the same poem that we have been reciting for years now. First, they came for the communists. I didn't speak up because I wasn't communist. Then they came for this and that. I didn't speak up because I wasn't them. Then they came for them. I didn't speak up. Now they're coming for me. Why would we let them pick apart the working class just to make us weaker? Just to make our bargaining power weaker, just to make our revolutionary power and our firepower weaker. It really makes no sense. These people are living every day just like me and you. $30,000 to $60,000 a year, if that. Have to do side hustles, maybe sell your body. We already selling our body with labor. Why would we want to break up the working class even more? When we literally have billionaires and trillionaires they are waging class war against us, and we are sitting here trying to go into civil war amongst each other. Other ethnic groups have used our bodies and communities to further their agenda. This is why a majority of the Black population have chosen to sit this chaos out. No, the majority. Stop speaking like that. You cannot speak for the majority of us. I am a Black American man. All this internet bullshit, this is bots. These are more likely bots that you guys are talking to. This isn't the majority. Just like the majority of Black people don't vote Democrat. No, we don't. You can't speak for all of us. And what other ethnic groups have used our bodies? The only minority groups that use our bodies are billionaires. I don't know one undocumented illegal motherfucking alien who come in, who owns farms, who's fucking paying these motherfuckers, who paying his own people $2 a day to do slave labor. I don't know anybody with that type. Like, stop it. Stop it, bro. Y'all try to speak for everyone. You're not me. When I go out and I help people, I don't stop and say, oh, you got an accent. You can't get any help. These diapers are only for black people. These clothes, these coats are only for black people, black women. What? If you're going to build community, you build community. You know how many people are in your fucking community? You never know who you are coming across or who you are talking to. Who you are helping at that moment. I'm not about to sit here and push white supremacist talking points, because that's exactly what it is. White supremacist talking points to divide the working class farther than what we already are. You motherfuckers can't even get it together when it comes about Bloods or Crips, or well, I should say Democrats and Republicans, but you guys don't even understand what's really going on. And you try to speak for them. You try to speak for, paint us all with this one brush. What's good, Nick? Don't paint me with your brush, my nigga. Don't paint me with your, don't even touch me, bro. Because I know more black people that's out on the streets right now than the black people who keep saying that they are tired. You so tired, but you're not tired enough to shut the fuck up. You're not tired enough to stay out of our circles and out of our spaces when we are talking about organizing, when we are talking about building collective power. And you motherfuckers keep saying this isn't our fight. Nigga, what are you talking? You are a fed. You are a fed. That's why it isn't your fight. Because you support ICE. You support the police. You support neoliberalism. You support capitalism. You support this imaginary ladder that's going to come down and pull all of our people up. You believe in trickle-down economics, but ain't nothing been trickled down on your people besides the piss of billionaires. Miss me with that bullshit. I'm so sick and tired of people using black faces. Using black faces to push white supremacy. That's what it is. Because who wins out of all of this? Let's say we get rid of all the illegals, all the illegals, right? That's what you love to call them. But you don't call the white man illegal, right? You don't call the white man illegal. That's funny. The white man isn't illegal, but the brown guy is. Okay, let's say we get rid of all these motherfuckers. Get rid of all of them. Who wins? Who wins by getting rid of the fucking immigrants? They are building cop cities, you fucking idiot. They are building cop cities. Democrats and Republicans are building cop cities. Who are they for? They for the private prison industry. And guess what they are doing with these people who are being adopted by ICE? They are being sold. I bet you didn't. I bet y'all niggas don't even know. Trump are selling these people to other islands. They're not even from there. They're not being deported. Being deported is being sent back to where you are from. They are being sold to other islands and other corporations who have prisons, and they engage in prison slave labor. If you're not, if this don't make you sick to your stomach, if that don't make you stand up for something, then nothing will. Because if you can sit here and let this shit happen to somebody because of a status, because of a citizenship, then you will let this shit happen to black people. You will let this happen to black people. Actually, y'all do let this happen to black people. Y'all do let this happen to black people, and every time we stand up, every time we fight back, we say, abolish the police. Y'all say, defund. Nigga, no, we said abolish. Y'all said reform. And then what you do when we got this power, and all these 92%ers get their people in these positions of power. Yes, I'm talking to you black women, you black Democrats who claim to have all this power. What happened when we got Democrats back in power? They used George Floyd to funnel billions of dollars to the police. And then they kill more black people. So don't tell me you care about black people while they still dying. They're still being killed by the same system, and you telling me that this isn't our fight. This isn't your fight? Right. Okay. How many black people get killed yearly by the police? Right. Who trained the police? IDF, IOF. You told me not to care about Palestinians. You told me it wasn't our fight. But they are about to bring drones that they were practicing on Palestinians over to America to give to ICE to surveillance us. And this isn't our fight. You bitch ass nigga. You bitch ass nigga. What you do? You don't say, this isn't our fight. You say, I'm weak. You say, I don't know how to fight. Don't come over here trying to push that weak shit on me, bro. That's what y'all be trying to do. Y'all try to cast spells over us. You try to cast spells over us so we look at the world and we be bleak about it. And we just be nihilists about it. And we just fucking be doomers about all of this shit that's going on. Fuck it. I'm not coming outside. Even if ICE knock on my door. Even if they bang my fucking door in and they knock my grandma down with the fucking butt of a fucking AR-15, it still isn't my fight. Even if they flashbang children in a fucking vehicle who had nothing to do with the protest, it still isn't our fight. Even if they kill a man on his own fucking property, it isn't our fight. Even though they are kidnapping black Americans, it isn't our fight. Don't tell me what's my fight, you hoe ass nigga. Because you ain't never fought a day in your motherfucking life. You ain't never fought shit. You sit back and you motherfucking, you bitch about all the shit that's going on while you sit and you sit in the shit that your ancestors fought for. You sit and take advantage. Don't even take advantage of the shit that your grandfathers and your ancestors fought for. And you want to sit here and act like you had as hard as them. Yeah, we got it as hard as them when it comes to wages and shit like that. Y'all motherfuckers ain't had it as hard as them, and y'all motherfuckers ain't even. You want to know how you ain't got it as hard as them? Because you ain't as hard as them. You ain't as tough as them. My motherfucking grandmother always said, "I'm tired of being tired," but she never said, "This isn't my fight. I'm tired. I'm giving up." She never said no shit like that. Y'all motherfuckers get pats on the head by white supremacists, and then motherfucking. Oh, look, he agreed with us. He's one of the good. No, you're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones. Because in a rise of fascism, to say this isn't your fight makes you a fascist, you bitch ass nigga. So suck my dick. Any of you motherfucking black people coming on my stream talking about this isn't our fight and other marginalized communities, nigga, pick a ticket, get in line, suck my dick. Because there's many of you who talk that bullshit, bro. Y'all talk that bullshit, but y'all never been on the line. Y'all never protest. Y'all don't even boycott Target. Y'all motherfuckers support ICE. You back the police. You believe in neoliberalism. Nigga, we have nothing to talk about. Don't tell me what the Black Panthers wanted because, nigga, they told us themselves. They told us we are not nationalists. So where does this flux of black people coming on the internet saying this isn't our fight? Nigga, this is this is some federal bullshit. This is some CIA operation bullshit from the fucking 92%ers to the FBAs to the ADOS. All the motherfuckers are trying their best to keep black people, to keep Africans, to keep people across the diaspora split apart so it would be easier to pick apart. What the fuck good does it do beefing with people from West Africa? talking shit about their life. Like we don't live in the middle of the empire. Like our life isn't good because we make their life bad. Like we don't literally have our cliques in the middle of their fucking backs. You motherfuckers are imperialists. You are imperialists with brown skin, nigga. And I would never agree with you on no shit like that. I don't give a fuck if you can point out, oh, this person is racist. That person is racist. Oh, did you know that? Did you know that Native Americans owned slaves? So did black people. Do that mean I should hate black people? Black people own slaves, my nigga. So I'm not just talking about the man who fought to get out of slavery, to buy their wives and buy their kids out of slavery, and he was known that no, I'm talking about real life slavery, my nigga. Black people own slaves too. So should I just hate black people too? Should I hate all black people? Oh, this Arab, he was racist. They're all racist. What? So we're just going to use the enemy's tongue? We're just going to adopt the enemy's tongue and use it against other marginalized communities like this? Haven't been said the same about us? I've been robbed before by a black man. That means all black men are dangerous. I seen a black man with a red or a blue flag on, so all black men are gangbangers. You don't understand how you sound like a white man. You don't understand when you talk with this us America first. Look, you guys are literally saying America first. When it comes to Palestine, you say, well, we got to worry about us. We got shit at home we got to deal with. America first. America first. That's what it means, right? America first is a Nazi ideology, my nigga. You adopted Nazi ideology through a different language, and you think that you are doing something, and you get mad when we spot it and call it out. And then y'all use CIA tactic points. Y'all use CIA tactic points, bro. All the fucking time. Y'all talk about irrelevant shit while people are fucking fighting and dying. Y'all talk about irrelevant shit for as long as possible. As long as possible. Y'all talk down on organizing. Y'all talk down on revolution. Y'all say it's a hoop dream. So if you're as a black person in America that knows history, if your goal isn't revolution, what is it? If your goal isn't liberation, what is it? What is it? Is it to keep sucking on the nipple of neoliberalism because you had it good? Because you get to ride your Dodge Challengers? Because you get to buy a couple of houses? Oh, life been good to you because it been bad to other people. You bitch ass nigga. You have no spine, and that's why you keep standing on the backs of others who do have them, who keep standing up, who keep fighting no matter what. You look at these people and you look down at yourself with shame, and you should, because you're weak. I'll be damned if I sit here and say, this isn't my fight. Nigga, every fight is my fight, as long as it ain't for the fucking empire. Y'all fighting for the fucking empire. Y'all fighting to save neoliberalism in this bitch? Nigga, we have black people doing Red Scare propaganda. And then turn around and want to back the Panthers. You can't do Red Scare propaganda and then want to back the Panthers, fucking a Marxist-Leninist. What are you talking about here? They was into Mayo. They was into Marx. They was into Lenin. They was into the Cuban Revolution. How can you say you can't be a nationalist as a black person living in the middle of an empire? I'm sorry. Until we get our own sovereignty, there's no reason for black people to be nationalists at all. This country has done nothing for us. I don't give a fuck how many of you waving, how many of you American flag waving black motherfuckers come on this post or come on my stream talking that bullshit. America ain't done shit for your ass if it done. if it's doing anything for you, it only done that to make it look like this shit is possible. And you are telling us that this imaginary ladder of capitalism is here. It exists. You just got to climb yourself up. Nigga, you ain't telling us the truth. You ain't telling us that you went in the back rooms and sucked dick for them deals. You ain't telling us that you get fucked for them deals. You ain't telling us that you hang around perverts, that you probably fucked a child for them fucking deals to get where you are at. You ain't telling us the fucking truth. You telling us that these motherfuckers, oh yeah, there's a way to make it in capitalism, but you got to make it around these perverts. You got to make it around all these motherfucking these music and these movie execs, all these sex past motherfucking capitalists. All they want you to do is suck a dick to get in their fucking yachts and shit. Y'all ain't telling us the truth. You ain't telling us the truth, nigga. The truth is capitalism was never a good idea. It's only here to fucking benefit 10 people. As we can see right now, nigga, only 10 to 11 people. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a couple of millions of people who get a couple of crumbs from here to there. But nigga, y'all don't really get shit. Black people haven't got shit from capitalism besides slavery, nigga, and another new form of slavery that we call the prison industrial complex. So mixing with that bullshit, I'm not trying to save the empire. I don't give a fuck who your president is. I don't give a fuck about who you're voting for. I'm not trying to save the empire. My job as a black man born in America is to burn this bitch down. Anything less, anybody saying anything less is a fucking fad, can't be trusted. What you trying to preserve? When did black people become so conservative? What are we trying to conserve here in America? Our way of life? We're trying to conserve our wages? What are we trying to conserve here, black man? What you trying to conserve, black woman? When did we become so conservative? And when have being conservative ever benefit black people? You want us to be stagnant? You don't want progress? What? I remember having a conversation with a woman who was a hardcore Obama supporter, a black woman, and she got mad because I called out Barack Obama said, fuck black people when it comes to reparations, but wrote a reparations bill for the Jewish community. And she said, I don't even want reparations. Yeah, that's what y'all niggas sound like. Y'all just on the other end. It don't matter what the fuck the empire do. It don't matter what your favorite politician, your favorite fucking mouthpiece do. You still gonna cap and tap dance. You still gonna go and take up for the fucking empire. I have nothing to say to you niggas but suck my dick, bro. Y'all are the minority. Y'all are the minority amongst our minority. You are just loud on the internet. In the real world, nigga, we fuck with Africans. We fuck with Caribbeans. We fuck with our people across the diaspora. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit, bro. You sound like a white man. You sound like how the white man did the Irish. That's how y'all talking like. Y'all talking exactly like how the white man do the Italians. Y'all sound exactly like how the white man talks. And I will never adopt my enemy's language. Never. Got me fucked up. I'd be seeing this shit so much. And then when I go and do some little reporting, I try to do some journalist reporting, try to click on some pages. Half of these pages be fake. Fake as fuck. AI generated pages. Literally AI generated profile picture. No fucking bio. No tweets. No retweets. No thoughts of their own. Just liking shit and saying bullshit. And motherfuckers fall for it thinking that all black people feel this way. No, we fucking don't. Stop speaking for us. Because I'm not going to sit here and say all black people stand with immigrants. I'm not going to say that. But I'm not about to say the majority of black people don't. Nigga, you can't speak for us. You don't know the majority of black people. Fuck wrong with y'all. You don't understand that you are adopting your enemy's language? You are using CIA tactics to divide the working class? You don't understand what you are doing? Do you understand? Or maybe you do. Or maybe you are misled. Maybe you are misled by somebody who was paid by these fucking alphabet agents, to these alphabet agents to fucking to do their bidding. Maybe you are misled, but I'm not about to sit here and hold your hand and act like everything that you are saying is okay. It's not okay to push xenophobia. It's not okay to push bigotry. If my people live through it, why would I want somebody else to live through it? Ain't nobody allowing illegal immigrants to come in your motherfucking cities. Ain't nobody allowing nothing. We allow all of this shit to happen because we have no fucking community. We have no fucking community. That's why the rent is so fucking high. It isn't because of some fucking immigrants. It's because of this private domain bullshit. Everything is owned by the billionaires, and you want to blame it on the immigrants because you are too weak to go after the Elon Musk. You are too weak to go after the Jeff Bezos. You are too weak to go after the fucking Black Rocks. You are too weak to go after all the Vanguards. You are too weak to go after the Rockefellers. So you want to punch down. You look down. You say, who the next nigga that I can hit? I can't punch them. They're going to kill me. I can't speak up to them. They're going to kill me. So you punch down like a little bitch. Like a bitch. The same motherfucking billionaires who got our people enslaved today. And no, I'm not talking about Africans. I'm talking about African Americans or Black Americans, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. All of these billionaires have stakes and stock in the prison industrial complex, keeping our people enslaved, making sure that we get a number just to go back into that revolving door that we call prison. And you motherfuckers want to punch down on some motherfucking immigrants who don't even have status to vote, who can't even pay your taxes, nigga. You weak. Don't come to me with that bullshit. You know what they need them people for. They are using them people for slave labor, talking about they taking our jobs. No, nigga, your job was given away for cheaper labor, you fucking idiot. But if you had community and class consciousness, you will understand that. But here we are, yelling into circles, telling you guys, no, it isn't this. I'm tired of holding y'all niggas' hands, bro. I'm tired of holding y'all niggas' hands. Fuck y'all niggas, bro. Fuck y'all, bro. Because ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. We can sit here and see these people on farms getting paid $2 a day. And we like, they took my job. Ain't no way we can see people in factories getting paid 50 cents to $2 to $5 a day, and you say, they took my job. What? Where's the logic in that? If they took your job, they would be getting paid the same wages, motherfucker, or even better wages. And if an illegal immigrant came and took your job, then you probably just suck. Have you thought about that? No, motherfucker. Billionaires feel like Americans are too needy. They feel like we don't deserve a weekend. That's why we have to fight and die for the shit. They feel like we don't deserve fucking breaks. That's why we have to fight and die for that shit. They feel like we don't deserve shit. So they're going to get cheaper labor wherever the fuck they can find it. You know who's bringing in all these illegal immigrants? The same motherfuckers who benefit from it. Motherfucker, the billionaires. The fucking billionaires. Not only the billionaires who are funding war amongst their territories, but billionaires who are putting these people in these certain places to fill the fucking prisons, to fill the fucking the factories, and to fill their farms, and to continue to fill their portfolio. I'm not about to sit here and act like, oh, well, they just coming over here because they love America. Nigga, no. No. They feel like, okay, well, if America bomb my country, where's the safest place I can go right now? Probably America. I doubt that they will fucking bomb their own country, but this is where history will teach you wrong. America will bomb their own country. Have done it hundreds of fucking times. They have bombed multiple black communities. And this is why I don't get why black people are so patriotic these days. After all the bombs that have been dropped on us, we just got word that they are poisoning black communities that have been doing this for fucking generations now. And you guys are so patriotic, waving that motherfucking flag and got the nerve to call me a coon because I won't hold my hand to my heart and sing the anthem from my balls. Nigga, suck my dick. Fuck you talking about? I would never stand for a place that continuously poison my community. And this ain't some shit that I'm talking about some 1980s, some 1800s. I'm talking about Flint, Michigan, motherfucker. Where Democrats rule. So you ain't got no motherfucking, you can't say nothing about, oh, y'all should have voted for Democrats. Okay, well, what about Minnesota? Minnesota is full of Democrats. What about them motherfuckers? What about them? What about Tim Watts using the National Guard to sick them on the fucking people who try and protect their fucking people? What about that? Oh, that's different. That's different because Trump is in office. Wherever the fuck y'all be at, because ADOS and FBA, they don't even like Democrats. So I don't even know why they over here trying to fucking blend in with the other. Stop it, bro. This is some CIA bullshit. Some CIA bullshit. Their leaders are CIA ops and what? Rashid, what his fucking name is? He got a pat on the head by Tucker Carlson. Oh, you doing a good job, good boy. Divide them niggas. Divide them niggas. Divide the colors. You can't have the whites with the colors. You can have the browns with the blacks. Divide them colors. Yeah, good boy. And who does that help? I swear, bro, all these niggas got CIA handlers. Dog, ain't no way. Because the only reason why they still have a platform this huge is because they push hate. It's because they're trying to divide the working class community. The only reason why the government allowed them to speak what they're speaking on is because it has nothing to do with working class solidarity. The only reason why these people can say what they are saying now is because they work with the State Department. And that's just not a rumor. That's just not some shit I'm pulling out of my ass. Nigga, that is actual facts. We have had these motherfuckers come out with names of these so-called activists and these TikTokers and these Twitter pages who are getting paid by the State Department to push what they're pushing now. You wonder why they're so protected. You wonder why they can gain millions of fucking followers and not be taken down because they don't talk about shit. They're not suppressed by the algorithm. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck what they're doing because they're not a threat to capitalism. They're not a threat to the empire. So let them talk. Let them talk. Yeah, Tariq Nasheed. That nigga's a fed. That nigga's a fed. And don't get me wrong. I do my eyebrows from time to time. I ain't gonna hate on a man for being clean cut. I ain't gonna hate on a man for dressing well. But Rush, nigga, for you to be, you got a shaky past, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, for you to be that homophobic and you I don't know, bro. You do a lot of you do a lot of deflecting. You do a lot of deflecting in this bitch. Shut the fuck up. You got a shaky ass background, especially when it comes to that gay shit. Now, shout out to my gay niggas, bro. I got solidarity with all my gay niggas, trans niggas, all y'all. I'm one with the people. But to be homophobic like that and have a background like that, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know that song that you did, bro. You know that song that you did. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, and that's what they do. They come into our spaces and say, I'm tired. I'm sitting this one out. This has nothing to do with us. You know, blah, 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 blah. Bro, you have to be aware of the CIA. You have to be aware of their tactics. And you will see this type of shit coming from a mile away. Because this isn't the first time that they use black and brown faces to push, you know, division. They do this all the time. And sometimes they don't even use a black or brown person. They get desperate and just create a whole different person on the internet. Take somebody's picture, put it on Twitter and say, I'm a black woman and this is why I voted for Trump, or this is why I voted for blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not about to engage with that bullshit, because we have to remember there have been reports that over 70% of the internet is fake. Over 70% of the people that you probably see every fucking day on the internet is fake. They're bots. They're here to push narratives. So I take everything with a grain of salt, but when I see real black people get their face in the camera and start pushing it, no, I'm not falling for that one. I'm not falling for that one. No. Because you know what I see the revolution? You know what I see in the revolution? I see us building working class solidarity with lots of people from different communities. And yes, a lot of different communities have a lot to work on, but this is their time to shine. If you want to be looked at in a light when we are writing our history books, this is your time to shine. I always say white people should be first in line. I love when white people are protesting, when black people are protesting, and white people are in those circles protesting black people. That's what you should do. You should use your body against the empire, because you have done nothing but benefit from the empire, whether you are a poor American or not. You still benefit from being white. So yes, use your body, even if it takes your life. So be it. So be it. We all going to die from the empire, whether it be diabetes, whether it be cancer, lack of health care, et cetera, whether it be a bullet from the police, or a bullet from a gun from a Crip or a Blood. We all going to die because of this fucking empire. We might as well die for something. And I believe a lot of these communities have some making up to do. And yeah. Some of you are going to die. That's just a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, I'm not about to sit here and act like oh, we've been fighting for everybody else. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The only reason why we fight for everyone else is because if it happens to them, it can happen to you. If it's happening to you, or if they are doing it to you, they would do it to them, vice versa. So when the Civil Rights Act came into play, not only did Black Americans benefit from it, but other minority groups benefited from this. You know, other things, affirmative action and shit like this. Other minority groups benefit from these things also, because we can't fight for one thing and leave everybody out. I am not a nationalist. That doesn't make any sense for me. A paradise for me, trash for you. Right? That never makes any sense. As a working class man who has worked with many different peoples from walks of life, that makes no sense. And you can sit here and say, oh, well, the racist white people shouldn't benefit from this and that, blah, blah. Dog, you don't even want to take it there with the racists. You don't even want to know, you don't even want to talk about what we should do with the racists. So don't try to sit here and act like, oh, well, we shouldn't do these things because racist people are going to benefit. Nigga, okay, racist people. What about your daughter? What about your grandchildren? Do they not benefit from these things? Also, since they don't like you, they shouldn't have health care. Okay. Why don't we just kill them? Why don't we just kill the racist people? Oh, that's too radical. That's too radical for you. Putting a bullet in their head is too radical for you. But being against healthcare isn't. Yeah, motherfuckers love to quote MLK, but what that nigga said, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. That nigga ain't say, oh, well, I, for one, see what is going on in the Middle East. And I say to my black people, this isn't our fight. I had a dream that we would be black nationalists. I have a dream that we will uphold capitalism and white supremacy, and we will adopt our enemy's language and use their tongue to whip other minority communities. That's why sometimes I don't even engage with this shit. I don't even engage with this shit. Half of these accounts pushing that bullshit. Sometimes I just look like, you are really dumb if you fall for this. You know that? Like, I don't have the best education. You know, thank you, Ronald Reagan, Joe Biden. But I would never fall for something like this. This is like old school CIA. This is like, if you know the history of Black Panthers, you know what they did to Malcolm. You know how they treated, you know, Fred Hampton. You know how they did our leaders. You know how they even did James Baldwin. If you know the history of Fidel Castro, this is like some old school, like the CIA don't even have to switch up their tactics because you people don't even catch on. Like they literally omit this shit on their websites and you people don't even read the shit. This is some old school CIA shit. This is why I'm not falling for it now. Divide and conquer. What the fuck? Who does this benefit by blacks and Africans having this diaspora war? Fit any black community in any way? Oh, well, the Africans won't come here anymore. Okay, Mr. Wilson. You want your MAGA hat? And large or extra large? That's what you sound like. You sound like MAGA, bro. Oh, the immigrants, they're taking our jobs. They won't come over here anymore. We don't need these immigrants in our communities. So when they get rid of the black and brown, the you know what I'm saying, the Africans, the brown people, the Mexicans, all of them, then what? What? When they are done picking up all these people, do you understand that ICE is like one of the most funded, well-oiled machines that the U.S. empire has today? Do you understand, like, they won't stop at the black and brown people? I mean, the Africans and the Latinos, you understand that, right? They won't stop at the Arabs. You understand that, right? They have enough money to come for all of us. So when does it become your fight? When the fight comes to your door? Because if you had any, you know, revolutionary knowledge, you don't wait until the fight comes to your door. You don't even let the fight come on your block. You protect your community. You protect, you know, your lifestyle and where you lay your head, where you rest. You don't let the fight come to your door. So when do this become our fight? When another black man is shot in the head? When another black baby almost lose their life because of toxins that they have poisoned this child with? A black child, black American child. So don't put me with tether. Okay. When is it? When is it our fight? You bitch ass nigga. When is it our fight? You bitch ass nigga. When I'm dead? When you dead? Huh? Because let's not act like the police isn't killing us. You say here and talk like you have the privilege of being a white American. When isn't it our fight? What are you talking about here? So when is it our fight? You bitch ass nigga. You hoe ass, mark ass, trick ass, weak ass, jello in the heart. When is it our fight? Huh? Jello on your knees and jello in your heart. You don't stand for shit. So when is it? Let me know. Let me know right here. Type it down in the chat. When does this becomes the black community's fight? Was it when George Floyd died? Was it when Sandra Bland got killed? Mike Brown? What are we? When is it going to be our fight? Let me know. Type down in the chat because y'all like to talk. When is it going to be the black community's fight? See, what you're not telling the black community is your fight is against the black community. Your fight is against working class black people. Because why would you want black people to adopt this type of ideology, to separate ourselves, to make ourselves weaker? For the billionaire class who have been waging war against us, war against drugs. People are still locked up for carrying marijuana on them. 92 crime bill. Some of the people that you black people still support to this day. Joe Biden, Bill Clinton. Obama was locking niggas up left and right. That's what you're not telling us. You support this. That's why you say this isn't our fight, because you support white supremacy. You support white supremacy. You are a neoliberal. And it's probably more than that. It's probably way more than that. That's just the shit that they want us to know. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. You should have voted for Kamala. Shut the fuck up. And that's what I mean by the CIA tactics. They bring up irrelevant things into the conversation and say it as much as often to try to derail the conversation. That is a CIA talking point. Okay, they didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Now what? Oh, that's it. That's all you got? That's all you got for the conversation? Oh, well, that's it. My hands are tied. You sure? Your hands don't look tied to me when you keep typing, I'm tired. You don't look that motherfucking tired, you bitch ass nigga. I'm tired. You ain't tired of typing. You ain't tired of typing. You ain't tired of coming in our spaces talking about some, I'm tired. We tried the best that we could do. We tried nothing. And nothing changed. I don't know what else to do. I voted blue as hard as I could. I even broke the pen. And it still doesn't work. My hands are tied. Your hands ain't tied. Your hands weak. You ain't got no hands. You can't throw no hands. And that's why you're trying to cast this spell over other revolutionaries or people with possible revolutionary spirit to try to bring us down. You try to say, this isn't our fight, and I'm tired. You ain't tired, nigga. You're weak. You're weak. Your body doesn't have what it takes to actually fight what needs to be fought. That's what it is. You need to listen to your body. You're not tired. You're weak. You're ill-equipped. Use a bitch. You got jello in your heart, son. You got jello in your heart, son. You'll talk shit about an immigrant. But motherfucking Jeff Bezos got a monopoly on your motherfucking community. Motherfucking, you got BlackRock that own your motherfucking houses. You got all these people. You got all these billionaires who just laughing at you. Pointing at another poor man. You think that nigga got economic power? Okay. What else did the immigrants do? They took your job. Oh, they're the reason why rent is high. Let me guess. They also pushing in drugs, right? Drugs. Oh, drugs. Immigrants pushing in drugs, right? America has a big pharma. Like, we have big pharma pushing in drugs. What are you guys talking about? And shout out to my illegals that is pushing in drugs. I ain't gonna lie, I fuck with drugs. I think all drugs should be legal. I think you should be able to do what the fuck you want. I think the government should tax it. But Americans, you're not about to sit here on a high horse and acting like everybody isn't on drugs. I mean, everybody, even probably watching this motherfucking this stream right now, is probably on some type of drug. Caffeine, sugar, cigarettes, weed, fucking sniff, all that. Y'all know what y'all be doing. Don't act new. Don't act new. Y'all be sniffing that shit, nigga. You know, so I don't give a fuck about people doing drugs. But y'all not about to sit here and act like these lone immigrants, this family of 5 is pushing in cartel worth of fucking drugs in your community. When we have big pharma who are the only ones who benefit from Americans being on drugs. I asked this question when they said the same thing about Venezuelans. How does Venezuelans benefit by North Americans being on fentanyl? How does that help South America in any way? You know what they want North America to do? Take the sanctions off of us. Take the sanctions off of Venezuela. Take the sanctions off of Cuba. That would help us out a lot. I don't give a fuck about, you know, we don't even produce fentanyl. What are you guys talking about? We don't even have. But who benefits by Americans being on drugs? Big Pharma, the prison industrial complex, and even your landlord. It goes down to the biggest cap. Like, all this shit is a pyramid scheme, and all these capitalists making money off of all of us. It don't matter what status of a drug addict you are. You know what I'm saying? They all making money off of us. And these are the people who need us to be on drugs and to be able to cope with the realization that capitalism cannot sustain human life. Because if we wasn't so doped up all the time, Xanax, Vicodin, you know, Opana, you know, some cocaine, whatever it takes to fix that, you know what I'm saying, to get that itch off of you. If we wasn't so doped up, we would be gunned the fuck up. We would be so pissed off that there's no way a politician will be able to walk through these cities like they are doing now. There's no fucking way, you know? So Big Pharma needs you on drugs as a coping mechanism. And not only this, to funnel the money back and forth to their fucking pockets, because having you on drugs make them billions of fucking dollars a year. Not no fucking immigrant, not Muhammad. You talking about the nigga that pray five times a day? That nigga pushing in drugs? You talking about Jesus? You talking about Jesus? Jesus who work at the car wash? He pushing in what? I seen him sell a little weed, but I do that. You telling me he got bricks of this shit and he working at a car wash and not sitting in Beverly Hills somewhere? Not paying the politicians to get them out of trouble? Because Trump is pardoning niggas left and right for fraud, dealing drugs, drug lords, kingpins, all kind of shit. If they have this much money, why ain't they paying the president to play? Because we know what capitalism is. It's a pay to play type of thing. And you can pay for these things. It's accessible to rich people. So why aren't these rich cartel, aligned immigrants just pay their way out. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? You just need something to point at because you like, I'm mad. You just throw a chair like Boondocks. I'm mad. It don't even matter. Everybody just start fighting. Niggas just trying to have a nigga moment in this bitch. I'm mad. This is why I don't believe people when they. This is why I don't respect y'all religion, bro. Because y'all be, I'm a Christian. Oh yeah, I bet. I go on your page and you pushing all types of homophobia and all. Man, what? Like I'm not a Christian. I am an atheist, but I guarantee if your God was as peaceful and loving as you guys claim to be, all y'all going to hell. Actually, I'm sorry, Christians don't believe in hell. It's not in the Christian Bible. Hell is not in the Christian Bible. I don't know why a lot of Christians push that. But if there was a hell, a lot of you people would be going to hell, like straight the fuck up. A lot of you will be going to hell. You are hateful. You cause division. You don't try to do anything for your people, your community. You are abusive. I don't see how you can, try to be like, oh, well, I'm a God-fearing woman. I'm a God-fearing man. I mean, that's probably the only thing you fear because you definitely don't fear getting punched in the fucking mouth. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Always trying to hide behind them damn religions. I can have sex with children because my religion said children is adults at 12. Yeah. No, nigga, no. Run that back. No. You're not about to use this book for to hide behind your perverted ways, buddy. Or bigotry. God said black people were cursed. God said, what Abraham was it Abraham that cursed his son and turned the skin black, and now what was that? The Mormon Bible, I believe that's in the Christian Bible also. So they use that to justify their bigotry. You're not hiding behind a book. Try to hide behind these your bitch ass flaws. No, nigga, you are a bad person. You are a bad person. I'm not gonna let you hide behind that, bro. Because we just had a motherfucker. Like, what about the ICE agent that got exposed as a pastor? You don't think he's using his Bible to justify that? He's using that same Bible that y'all be pushing to justify bigotry against immigrants. And y'all sitting here like, oh, well, the immigrants are do. Nigga, immigrants ain't did shit to your ass. Nigga, they trying to make it like everybody else. But see, the thing is when they figure that having community is better than, individualism, we look at it like, oh, they're having a takeover. Nigga, black people can do the same things. But the thing is, we don't fucking have community with each other. We're not trying to share resources with each other. Everybody is a me. Instead of building grocery stores in our fucking name, instead of taking over the liquor stores that the Arabs have control over, instead of taking over the beauty supplies that the Koreans have control over, we sit here and complain. And half of us have money to do something about it. If we don't have the money, we have we have a platform to do something, to talk about it, something. Because you know what? I was one of them niggas. I got pissed off because the east side of Detroit on 6 Mile, we only got one library. We're really two, but it's downtown. And we're not going downtown, bro. You know downtown is gentrified. We know downtown is being gentrified. Ain't no black people going down there unless you got money. So I built a library. Fuck it. Why am I complaining when I can just do it? I can just do it. You know how I did it? Talk to people. I seen one of my peoples knew some people who had an empty building. I said, nigga, I got a platform that we can redo this whole motherfucking building. I know I can get the money to repair this whole fucking building. And that's what the fuck we did. You don't sit here and just, well, oh, look at them. They own everything. Yeah, because they know. They know about community. If you wasn't so fucking caught up in this capitalist bullshit, in this capitalist mindset to where I got to get mine, you got to get yours, we would have more in our communities. We wouldn't be sitting here 20 years talking about what we don't have. It's our fault why we don't have it, because we don't put our talents to good use, bro. Like, we have some of the most hardworking, some of the most smartest people in this fucking world here in America as Black Americans. And you're telling me after all these years, Black men are still stuck in the 70s when it comes to education, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to all of these things. Black men are still stuck in the fucking 70s. In 2026? No, motherfucker, look, I got tired of complaining. There's only so much complaining a nigga can do until I feel like I'm gonna have to kill somebody or I'm gonna have to build my shit myself. And that's what you do. That's what the fuck you do, because fuck it. It ain't gonna get better. It don't matter how many signs you put up. It don't matter how many times you march on Wall Street. It don't matter how many times you march in Washington. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And they love to see Black people look at, the Arab community having community and looking at that with resentment. Because we're looking like that should have been us. And yes, it should have. It should have. But they are using these people to make us hate these people. And they hate all of us. So in the end, if we go around Michigan with the most Arabs in the fucking world besides the Middle East and start burning down their local grocery stores, burning down their buildings and their properties and their housings, and then what? We kick them out, and then what? What do we get out of it? Thank you. Thank you, nigger. Keep those colors separated. Keep those colors separated. Keep those browns away from the blacks and keep the blacks away from the whites. Good job, nigger. That's what you want? Because that's all you getting. That's all you're going to get. Shit, we burned down our own communities when they weren't doing right by us. They still ain't rebuilt. They only rebuilding Detroit because gentrifiers coming up in this bitch. Nigga, man, my mama can point out buildings that she saw when she was a baby that was in the fucking Detroit riots. They have neglected us. They have neglected us and want us to be mad at somebody else. They want us to be mad at somebody else because of the fact that they sold our jobs. It wasn't immigrants that signed the NAFTA deal. The reason why the Midwest are in disarray, the reason why we can't keep these jobs where our unions are in the toilet now, no immigrants came over here and did that. That was the billionaire class. And they have class solidarity. Why don't you? I wish y'all had as much class solidarity as the billionaire class do. I wish y'all do, because you know what? We wouldn't see the working class lose $1.7 trillion, and somehow, some way, the billionaires earn $1.7 trillion. Oh, we wouldn't see the CARES Act be passed, where that was the biggest transfer of wealth from the 90% to the 1%. In our lifetime, that was the biggest transfer of wealth. So tell me, what undocumented immigrant went into the fucking Congress halls and put their pen on a piece of paper and made that shit law? You can't. because they don't have power just as much as we don't have power. And yes, there are some people who take advantage of certain roles. There are some brown faces in high places. There are also some black faces in high places that keep us divided also. And y'all continue to support them for some reason. Y'all continue to support these motherfuckers who are openly black white supremacists. They support motherfucking neoliberalism. They support capitalism. They support everything that made our people slaves, bro. They are a traitor to their own race, and you still support them and get mad when I don't. I don't support a woman who wants to keep neoliberalism alive, and that makes me a coon. You guys have watered down our language for far too long. You guys have went too far. How you are a capital? I said this in jail, bro. I remember somebody's like, we live in a capitalist society. I was like, nigga, yeah, we live in a capitalist society. How can you be a capitalist when you are the capital? Like you are the capital. You don't understand that they own you, right? You understand that, right? Like we have people who engage with conspiracies, all type of conspiracy, because they never put it together, right? They talk shit about your birth certificate, your social security card number, what bank that you are owed to, and why you don't have to pay taxes for this and that. And they got all of these conspiracies, but they never put it together that they are still slaves. They never put it together that they are still slaves. My nigga, like what? What is the good of all these conspiracies if you never listen to yourself? This is it's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long year, but we have to really we really have to put ourselves out here and really be like, man, this isn't. We don't talk like this, bro. Like people, I as a nigga who talked to black people across America, bro, nobody give a fuck about. Ain't nobody talk. You know how many? When I go to Florida, you know how many Haitian people are in fucking Florida? You know how many Haitians are in Florida? So many motherfucking Haitians are in Florida. Ain't no black person I went to, ain't no black America I went to talk to when I went to their communities. They was like, oh, these Haitians taking over. We got to do something. Ain't nobody giving a fuck about no shit like that. This is some internet bullshit, bro. This is internet bullshit. And I failed to fall. I refuse to fall for it because I be on the ground, man. Like you might have one or two niggas talking some shit, but once you correct them on certain things, they be like, oh yeah, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. But this is some internet bullshit. And I refuse to fall for it. Anybody falling for any diaspora wars, you are an idiot, bro. Like, rather, like I said, bro, I'm African American. I'm African before I'm American. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck? I don't care about being from this place. I do not have a patriotic bone in my body. The reason why I don't have a patriotic bone in my body is because I actually listened to my ancestors. Everything that has made us is because of the fact that we are anti-American. We are activists because we are anti-American. Everything that we fought for was anti-America. What was pro-America was slavery, imperialism, all of these things that we have been fighting against, child labor, women's rights being violated. That is pro-America. Being against gay marriage or gay people being together, period. That is pro-America. Segregation is pro-America. The things that we are doing, the reason why they call us terrorists, even though we are fighting for the good and we might scratch our head like, I'm only feeding people. Why do they call me a terrorist? It's because you get where I'm going. But don't act dumb. Everything that we are doing, everything that we fight for is anti-America. It's anti-American. You will see me burning a flag before you see me waving that motherfucker. I still remember what y'all did to my people, and I understand what y'all are continuing to do to my people, not only in the prison industrial complex, but in the Congo, in Sudan, all across the world. We have more people being enslaved today than when Black African Americans were enslaved. And if I won't stand for that injustice here, I will not stand for that injustice anywhere. Ain't no way you can see people enslaved and be like, well, this isn't my fight. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're a real human. Ain't no way you're a real human. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you're a Black American. You can see people being enslaved. You can see people being thrown into vans and never been heard from again. And you say, well, fuck it. If you turn a blind eye on this, then what would the world do to you? I don't get your thought process. You know, I think a lot of you people are working on more of emotion. I think you people are working more on emotion than actually thinking logically. Because none of this makes sense. I'm not a nationalist. The only way I'm going to become a nationalist if Black people get our own sovereignty in the states. Other than that, I'm not. No, you will never catch me being proud to be from America. America is one of the most hideous places, one of the most hideous empires that have ever ruled over this earth, and I cannot whitewash their atrocities because I might have it better than other people in different countries. Because I know I only have my foot up because it's on the back of other people, like people in the South Americas or maybe people in the Middle East, where we have bombed them continuously. And we are continuing to bomb the Middle East for a greater Israel, or a greater America, I should say, because Israel is nothing else but another branch of the American empire. Because the only people who really benefits from Israel bombing over 7 countries in 1 year is America. I'm not weak, bro. Like y'all gonna miss me with that bullshit. Like that's one thing that I'm never gonna be. I would die on my word, bro. Like I have done. Y'all know me. Like some of my followers know me, bro. I have fought the police. I have cases for fighting the police. I have no problem with getting killed by these motherfuckers. I have no problem with dying. I have no problem with standing on what I believe in because I believe this shit. I'm on the ground, feeding my people, teaching my people, whatever it may, whatever it means, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it may cause, I'm gonna be out there, and I will never give up, bro. Y'all will never see me be like, oh man, they just shot this motherfucker in the face. Well, they ain't Black. Okay. So what happened when it was a Black person? Oh, well, it still isn't our fight. You a fed, buddy. You a fed. You a fucking fed, buddy. we have to like we have so much information, and I understand that emotions are worked up, but we have to understand that the CIA, the FBI, all of these people are using certain tactics against us, and they will use. Like, I don't know if you guys remember that one guy that went viral on Twitter. He's still going viral every time he posts because he said, "I'm a black woman and I'm voting for Trump," but he had forgot to switch into his alt account. This is what they're doing. They are using these alt accounts. They are using these AI program accounts to try to create division amongst our diasporas and say we don't care about Africans. Africans don't care about us, and this and that. And I'm just like, how are you falling for this when the facts are out there that most of the people that you are either engaged with or see on the internet is already fake? How can you fall for this when you claim to know Black history? How can you claim to know Black history and you do not call for liberation for all marginalized people? All marginalized people. See, yes, you can point out that some Arabs own slaves. I point out earlier, some Black people own slaves. Does that mean that I don't fight for Black people? Oh, some Native Americans own slaves. Okay, so we should just give up on all Native Americans? Like, where do we get by, oh, well, what are you doing besides separating yourself? And I'm telling you guys, I'm only reminding you this 3 times. I'm reminding you guys this 3 times a stream because it is very fucking dangerous. It is very dangerous to adapt your empire's the empire's tongue and his language. And I'm telling you, it does nothing but divide and conquer, because when they are done with the brown people, they are done with the Arabs, the Hispanics, Mexicans, whatever you want to call them, whatever they may be, they are not going to stop at you because you are a U.S. citizen. These people are trying to strip your birthright from you as we speak. As we speak. So who's to say after they almost done rounding up all of these people, that law just so happened to get passed with Democratic approval, of course, because something like that will get passed with Democratic approval. So then what? Then we're going to be out there fighting on the streets and blah, blah. They just deported millions of people that could have been used for this revolution that we need to desperately have. We need a general strike. And that means all of the workers, even the people who's being paid $2 a day, we need them more crucially than anyone, because they can expose how these factories actually work, how these farmers, aka billionaires, millionaires, and billionaires actually just sit on a tractor all day while they are the ones who are picking the fruits and the vegetables. They are the ones doing all the crop work. They are doing all the fucking backbreaking work while this white man standing in a fucking trailer all day, probably doing some fucking TikTok, acting like he's a working class American. We need them just like we need you. The fast food workers, we need the factory workers, we need every worker to speak up, because everybody is getting done dirty. Now, whether you making $15 an hour or $2 a day, you all are being done dirty. You all are being fucked in the ass. You all are being fucked. So what is this all about? What it just don't make any sense to me. And I would never sit here and, if I'm doing a giveaway, like, shout out to my giveaway. Please donate to the giveaway. I had to push it back. The homeless shelter told me to push it back. If you are not in Michigan or Detroit, we have had a blizzard for the last fucking week or so. So I had to push it back. We're looking for a break in the weather, but it does give us more time to fundraise. So if you would like to donate, please donate Cash App Tour for the Poor, PayPal on Holy Rome 6, Venmo Tour for the Poor. We'll be giving out coats, jackets, hats, gloves, blankets. We got food that's going to be baked chicken, fried chicken. We have switched up the sides. We're going to do greens and mashed potatoes. So it's going to be dope as hell. We're going to be out there on Mac Ave and Grasher. If you are in Metro Detroit area, you would like to come out, please let me know. As soon as we get a break in the weather, we will be out there to feed the people and help clothe the people. And I would never sit there and you know, or have one of the Care Party enforcers or somebody from Tour for the Poor sit here and be like, hold on. You're Hispanic, right? You know, you're Mexican. Oh no, this is only for black people. Oh, you're white. Oh no. This is only for black people. Or you're a white man. This is only. No, I would never do anything like that. That sounds stupid as fuck, and it does nothing but but divides your community even further. And that's not how you build community. The people on the ground is who we desperately need. The people in the ground and the people in the prisons. We have our armies. But the thing that we lack is class solidarity. If we had class solidarity, if we knew better, we will be going in these prisons. We will be co-opting these prisons, whether you are a gangbanger or not, a communist, a leftist, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, an activist. You should be co-opting these prisons. You should be co-opting the homeless shelters, because those are the people that's hungry. Those are the people that capitalism has left with nothing. And you will never get anything from people who capitalism have thrown a bone once or twice, because they feel like if they do a trick good enough, if they sit, if they roll over, if they hop, if they motherfucking run and walk when the motherfucking empire tells them to, they will get another treat. But another treat isn't coming. It isn't coming. But they're gonna hold on to that belief for the rest of their life. And we would never get anywhere with people who feel like they have something to lose when the empire is falling. Because if the empire is falling, then they're gonna do everything that they can to keep that motherfucker up. They're gonna try to rebuild the bricks. They're gonna try to rebuild. They're gonna redo anything that they can. But the empire is falling, and we see it in front of our eyes, bro. And the last thing that we need is to be divided in the times of the empire falling. And I'm not just saying this to be fucking edgy, nigga. The empire is falling. De-dollarization is a real thing. BRICS is a real thing. They are threatening the end of NATO. The empire is falling, and the last thing we need is to be divided. And while these billionaires like Palantir are gloating that they have surveillance on us, while organizations and Israel are saying that they can look at our posts and report us to local police officers. They can report us. People in Israel can report you American, your post about what you say about their country, and you can go to jail about it. The last thing we need is division. So fucking crazy, man. Oh shit, I'm tripping, y'all. Georgiano, thank you so much for that $40. And somebody wants to be friends on Venmo. I got you, buddy. Yes, we are friends on Venmo. Thank you for that $40 towards the giveaway. Thank you so much. If y'all can, please donate to those links strolling, not links, but that shit strolling below me. You got to type it in. My face should be right there. We are trying our best to help people out in one of the coldest winters I have felt in a long time. Capitalism have been fucking up the weather. And that's another thing. Like if you're going to be a climate change activist, this is why I like Greta Thunberg, I think that's her name, because she actually was like, okay, well, we're only dealing with so much of this climate because of these capitalists, because of the billionaire class, right? So she went from, this is bad to, crush capitalism. And that's where it should lead you, right? Because think about how much pollution Coca-Cola does to the earth. Coca-Cola is one of the top polluters next to the United States military that we have on this earth. And, the propaganda that they force out is You're not doing enough. You're not doing enough. You should recycle. You're the reason why those turtles are dying. Hold on. Whole time while we had a BP oil spill and we had Don, they had to do their little propaganda. They're washing off their ducks. That's not in the ocean, and I don't think ducks are in the ocean. I think ducks are river like ponds or some shit. Where they find them ducks in the ocean? Hey, the propaganda was so good that we fell for it. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe ducks do be in the ocean. Maybe ducks like some raging waters, right? Maybe ducks like raging waves. I don't know because anytime I never see ducks on Lake Michigan, but I see ducks in ponds. You know what I'm saying? A couple of rivers near there, but nah, yeah. The propaganda was so good. They had us thinking, oh man, we're not recycling enough. Okay, we're gonna give you guys. And this will get me to this will get me, bro. We're gonna create some more plastic dumpsters. That's bad for the environment, for one. Some more plastic dumpsters. Call them environment safe, and then you get to throw this trash away separately from that trash. But actually, as we follow, like people have done many studies and follow these trucks towards the dump, and they see that the shit that I've thrown away from my branches is getting dumped with the same shit I throw my feces and my garbage, my leftovers away with. The same place that they dispose tree branches. Like they really had y'all thinking that it was you. And see, this is the propaganda that the empire would use to make you feel like you are the problem. Like, I have to drive an EV car. I need to drive an EU. I can't drive a truck because of we're going to tear a hole in the ozone layer. It's not going to be you, buddy boy. I tell you this right now. You can have 10 cars running right now and put your foot on all them bitches. Have a fucking a mechanism to press the gas on all them bitches. You still ain't going to be able to poison the community as much as these factories are. You're not going to be able to poison the community as much as they are poisoning us by dumping toxic waste into our waters. And they may always make us feel like, oh, I'm not doing enough. You're doing what you're supposed to do as somebody who's participating in capitalism. You have no choice. They create these things, give it to you, and give you no other choice, and then blame you for it. Ain't that about a bitch? You built the car. You tell me that I'm turning a hole in the ozone layer. You made the chemicals. I spray them. Oh, you just gave everybody in your house cancer. What? Nigga, you gave everybody in my house cancer. I ain't make that shit. Remember Roundup? I bet y'all don't, because all them old people died from that shit. Nigga, and they swept that shit up under the rug. And they didn't sweep up under the rug. They had a fucking commercial on, not on cable television, not on certain YouTube ads where people are going to be able to see it. They had it on regular fucking TV. Have you caught cancer? Have you used Roundup in the last 10 to 5 years and blah, blah? You may be compensated for this and that. Oh, I've been using Roundup for 30 years. Dead. Damn. Now we won't even talk about it no more, because the people who's affected by it is dead. The same people who was affected by the empire giving them land in Florida, caught cancer, died, gone. We are the reason why this shit is happening to us. I would never let y'all motherfuckers make me believe that I'm doing more than a motherfucking empire who dumped literal toxic waste, nuclear waste into drinkable water. The same motherfuckers who are using fresh water that can be used to bathe you and keep your children hydrated, they use this to power some fucking computers to tell you that the sky is green, to undress some children. Crazy. Now look at this shit. I was looking at this yesterday. Look at this shit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we as law enforcement community have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from US citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks.
That's why I'm like, bro, you never know who's around you. These people use these Bibles and this Christian bullshit to, hey, love. If you need if you want to join, let me know. I can send you an email. But matter of fact, let me see if I can copy. I shouldn't have a lot of inboxes. I just sent you an invite if you wanted to join. If I PayPal, you don't dox me. All right. All right, I promise not to dox your real name. Romulo. Forgive me. I got a Midwestern accent. I got a Detroit accent. It's not gonna let me pronounce that. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I definitely appreciate that. And I also sent you an invite if you would like to join. This is a new member of RBN. If you guys don't know, you in Detroit? What? Nigga, come see me. Damn, that's what's up. Shit, I'm on the east side. Damn. My boyfriend lives here now, so now. Oh, that's what's up. Your boyfriend, a Detroit nigga. He from the west side or the east side? that's a very important question. He better not say I'm from Detroit. He really be from Inkster or something. But them niggas be from E-Course. But where's that one video? Yeah, they're trying to charge Don Lemon with the KKK Act. But you know what? I don't give a fuck. Right? I really don't care. Oh shit, what the fuck happened? I don't give a fuck about Don. This artist called Crooked Eye. He got a song, but I'm surrounded by these Don Lemons. What was that song? What's that? Brainwashed? He had a line when he talked about Don Lemon, bro. King Crooked, brainwashed. Brainwashed nigga, yep. Man. They ain't gonna let me type in the N-word. I know it's his line. I want to get it right because he called this nigga out years ago, bro. And now that they get brain, like, you know, it's like what I just said earlier, bro, about how niggas do these tricks, how they do these flips, how they do these motherfucking all these tricks for the empire. They be the empire's dog, but as soon as the empire don't want you no more and they found the new lapdog, all these people have been reformed and they can see the way. The same with Joy Reid. Now that she's a little bit more radical, oh, you got fired by MSNBC, you got fired from being a mouthpiece for the empire, and now, oh, well, they shouldn't have did a genocide. Now you want to call it a genocide. Now you want to be with the workers. Nigga, no. No, bro. Don't come over here with that bullshit, bro. You a liar. You know what I'm saying? Grifting ass niggas, bro. Niggas ain't been over here. Hold on, what do you say? Oh, here we go. I don't know what y'all on. Just leave me the fuck alone. Every day another sucker's home. What the fuck was your mother on? Some of that propaganda fluid. I seen it all before. That's how I do it. Dehumanizing the entire population before extermination in the whole nation. Claps when you do it. Clap, clap, clap. Your loyalties lie with the vultures. They send you here to infiltrate the culture. Red papa bitches how they coach you. Soldier, so to be a soldier. Got it. Try to good at MK. I know when the enemy's in the building. Hey, there you go right there. He looks like us. He's a chameleon. You a brainwashed nigga. Hold on. Hold on. That's because you're brainwashed. They weaponize those things. You a brainwash. I don't get the fluid. You've seen it all before. You here to infiltrate the culture. Red papa bitches how they culture. Soldier, so to be a soldier. Got it. Try to good at MK. I know when the enemy's in the building. But yeah, fuck Don Lemon. I don't give a fuck. Cause that nigga said, I'm surrounded by these Don Lemons. Man, I done seen so many fake ass journalists come up. Everybody can call themselves a journalist. But I ain't gonna lie, a lot of them niggas suck, bro. They don't be doing their own work. They don't be doing their own work. And to keep it real, a lot of these people are backed by billionaires anyway. So I won't even consider themselves journalists. I would consider them mouthpieces because they don't ever even say nothing radical. Like, bro, times be calling for people to like call for death. Like, I'm not sitting here and I never sugarcoat. If you're new to the channel, I would never sugarcoat anything. Sometimes we have to call for death. And people with these large platforms try to walk around and try to tiptoe and around eggshells when we really should be calling for heads. Like, let's keep it real. The police, like, I keep on trying to explain to everyday people when we talk about the war on black people through the police. I asked them what does it consider to be a war? You know what I'm saying? What does it make it to be considered a war, right? That's when over 1,000 people or so die in a year, right? And I explained to them, over 1,000 people a year die by the hands of the police. Is that not considered a war on the people? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what y'all want us to do. Besides not chop their heads off, because I'm not about to sit here and I'm not about to sit here and hold nobody's hands and be like, oh well, it can get better. Like, no, I don't think so. I think this is it. I think America has reached its peak. I think neoliberalism has run its course. Real shit. Shit, we should have known neoliberalism was over when those chips that was $4 for $1 went to $2 for $1. We should have known that. We should have known something was coming. Hey, they just invaded the shit out of the Middle East. And then our gas prices got higher. I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? Yeah, I remember that. Thanks, Obama. I remember that. I remember he gave a police precinct a jet, police department a jet. I remember he gave one of them some tanks. I remember some of them had bazookas and anti-air fucking missiles and shit. I'm like, what the fuck do a police department need this for? And we got to remember, like, a lot of this shit just money laundering, bro. Like, a lot of this shit is money laundering. And, you know, a lot of people get blinded by the fact that America has spent the most on their military, right? But that don't make us the strongest military. Like, we get our asses whooped, y'all. I don't think y'all understand how much America really get their asses whooped. So yeah, a lot of this is just money laundering. You know, we spend the most on our military because it's a lot of ways that we can, you know, wash money legally. Because there's no way a lot of these pieces should cost millions upon millions of dollars. It don't take that much to produce that. But that's what happens when your whole thing is built on capitalism. Is everybody trying to pick? Everybody trying to pick something off of the top. Everybody trying to skim something off the top to the point that you have nothing anymore. It's like, do y'all remember coin chippers? Y'all remember why our coins why they put coins, why they make coins have ragged edges now? Because people was chipping away at those fucking coins to the point that the money didn't even weigh anything and it didn't even fucking, you know? Russia has the strongest military, but for some reason NATO leftists get mad when the U.S. ain't number one for some reason. And for somebody to be a leftist and to be pro-war, like, Americans have bastardized too many fucking organizations, too much language. Nigga, how can you be a leftist? How can you call yourself an anti-communist and be pro-war if it's not pro-war against these motherfuckers? Not them motherfuckers, them motherfuckers. You pro-war against other working class people and you call yourself a leftist? I don't give a fuck how good the brainwashing was, the Russiagate brainwashing was. Ain't no way you're gonna get me to be like, oh yeah, we should bomb Russians. Yeah, we should just kill them all because they all like this. They all like this one person that I made up in my head that's totally imaginary. They all like this. We should just get rid of them. Ain't no way. Military hammer cost like $15. That was 1996. Man, you'll be surprised how many corporations from Home Depot and all of these motherfuckers got, you know, they do these contracts. They do these contracts for their friends in the military. They do these contracts for private militaries, private armies, and they are washing money, bro. Like, they are washing money. There's no different from a millionaire buying a painting for $15 million and all I did was take a shit in the middle of a fucking canvas. They all friends. They just making money. They just washing money through each other. I give you these hot bills. You make them, you know what I'm saying? Not so hot. We wash them. You return it back to me. And guess what? I get you a house. You wanted that new Bentley, right? I can get you a new Bentley. Wash some money from me. I got you, bro. Just I need you to wash probably like a couple of $1 million. We're gonna do like 10 million, some small. Wash like $10 million from me. I can get you a Bentley. I can get you a new house. Yeah, the one on the water. I can get that paid for. I just need you to wash this money for me, and you're gonna benefit. And that's where we are at with capitalism. Like, everybody trying to. Nope, I'm about to talk about Desi Banks now. I just want to go take a piss before I want to talk about him. Actually, a lot of my audience may not even know about Desi Banks. So let's talk about the comedian Desi Banks. Because I say comedian quotations because that nigga is not funny to me. And I can see why Mossad would use him for, for recruitment. Because look, this is his thing. When you wearing white Air Force Ones, oh, you feeling good? I'm not threatening nobody. When you wearing black Air Force Ones, oh, I'm gonna shoot everybody. I'm gonna rob niggas. I'm gonna kill it. Blah blah. When you take your white girlfriend to the hood for the first time, and when you go to the suburbs as a black man for the first time, that's his fucking comedy. That's what he called comedy. Let's take a look at some of the shit that he called comedy. Let me share my screen with you guys. Now, it might be he funny. That shit ain't ha funny. Let's see. Just to get everybody familiar with what's going on. Let's see. Where's it? Matter of fact, how it is on a white Air Force One's date with a girl. I'm wearing some black shoes, so that means I'm gangster. I'm wearing a size D. I'm smoking that Zaza. That's what that means. I'm smoking Zaza. This is what y'all want.
Get your man, we already motherfucking get your ass in the fucking car, girl. God damn. Find that. Girl, I wanna know what you're paying through. You want a boutique or you want to sell house? Just the door ain't open, my bad.
So yes, let me get on the alligator steak, and also for her, let her do the octopus. I got the fresh octopus on here.
Yeah, but it's cooked.
Oh, it is cooked. So is that the swoop octopus from SpongeBob? No. Okay. We like everything well done. It's season. You know what I'm saying? We don't like no pink for real, unless you know. I'm just playing. Damn, they ain't got no better ass music in this bitch, babe. This booty's boring and I want to see this. What? Yeah, let me get hot wing and some french fries. Come on, baby.
I can't talk right. I gotta leave black forward on. I gotta leave black force on. I'm from the side. Even though I was just talking correctly earlier. I'm from the side. I got on black forward. This is comedy. This is what y'all call comedy. This is where I say meme comedy. This is what I call stretching out meme comedy. Like that meme was supposed to be just a meme, right? Like some people got away with it. Some people did good songs about black forces, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that. But this is just stretching it out way too much. And it's not funny. It's not funny, right? Now, This is why I say I can see him being used. But you know what? People do it right. This is one person who done it right. I'm gonna share this. He's from Detroit, where I'm from. He did it right.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly,
son of a bitch. This is actual comedy, you know, comedy, rap, whatever the fuck you want to call it. What's funnier than that shit?
Dang! Broke ass niggas, who got next?
I do.
Broke ass niggas? Hell no!
That ball ain't come back down. That nigga kicks, bro.
A nigga about to get robbed in these black forces. I'm about to steal from your job in these black forces. I black a nigga eye in these black forces. Don't a nigga want to pry in these black forces. I steal your AC in these black forces. I'll take your TV in these black forces. You don't want to see me in these black forces. Everything come free in these black forces. You see a nigga with these, you better not trust him. We can run, we can fight, and we'll not scuff. Come here. If your nigga got these, you do not love him. You probably got some ashy knees and do not rub them.
That's a little bit funnier than Des Banks, but let's talk about the topic, the situation on hand. This man is being used by Mossad for recruitment, and it is nothing new. It is nothing new. And this man went on Twitter yesterday to talk about, you know, what is happening, because Max Blumenthal, if y'all do not know, Max Blumenthal is a great journalist. Shout out to Max Blumenthal, great friend of RBN. And, you know, that's one of my white boys. He cool in my book. So he said, let me share my screen with you guys. Boom, 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 boom. He came out to clear up rumors. He said, when things are going good for you, come on, motherfucker, move. Trust me, the enemy do things to try to distract and steal your joy, to knock you off your pivot. Life can throw you crazy things that you don't know or understand. Just stay focused and lean on, not on your own understanding. What, bro? Niggas like, oh, he guilty. He guilty. This is another great friend of the show, Nico. If things going good for you means using your account to recruit Zionists for a genocidal state, I'm glad the enemy is out there trying to steal your joy. Hope they steal more than that, you fucking sellout. You are a whole bitch. And this enemy, quote unquote, enemy bullshit does not fly with niggas these days. You hoard yourself out to a foreign genocidal government. Fuck this coward ass shit. Everybody on your team who okayed this shit, some hoes too. Max had reached out again, said, Desi, we have been trying to we've been trying to reach you for comment on a report about your LLC being used to buy ads for Israeli Mossad assassination agency. Google suspended your account today for outrageous violations. It's time to explain what is happening here, sir. No, he didn't say that, but he said the last part. Shut the fuck up. So, but this isn't anything new. They will always use entertainers to try to recruit people either through the military, Mossad, some way. Hey, I can't afford nothing right now. I usually have ad blocker. I'm sorry. And Malcolm X had said this. Malcolm X had explained to us why we shouldn't listen to black entertainers or any entertainers for that fact when it comes to revolution and leadership. Like, you can tell us where you stand. We understand that. We want to hear your voice where you actually stand. Do you stand by, these hideous fucking atrocities going on, or what's going on. But they will always use entertainers, especially black entertainers, because not only is hip hop, one of the most influential, genres in this world, music can control you. I would never downplay, the grip that music can have on a person's brain, especially, people who are mentally ill, who don't know when things are being, fed to them, who don't know like what is going on in the real world. So it can be very dangerous, and they will use these people to try to divide us or try to get them to fight for them. And it's not just comedians. It's not just comedians. We have what's his name? NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy. What the hell he just said about something about Trump? Everything about Trump, something about Trump. I understand Trump pardon you, but you don't have to suck his dick every day. They can't try you a second time, NBA. They can't try you a second time. So just say fuck Trump. I finessed you. I paid $1 million for that pardon. And you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Fuck, it's still fuck you. But no, he tripled down on his support for Donald Trump. He tripled down on his support for Donald Trump. He has a song in support of Donald Trump, and he just came out yesterday and saying he still support Donald Trump. It's not only NBA Youngboy. You have Lil Wayne. You have Lil Wayne wearing a MAGA hat. Lil Wayne, you are a felon. You can't even fucking vote, my nigga. Why are you trying to influence people to vote? You have Nicki Minaj, and she have been told you, I'm a Republican like Mitt Romney. You broke hoes fucking up the economy. I mean, she been told you, y'all just refuse to listen, but they use these people to try to get us be patriotic, to try to grind, hustle. Oh, you see this new chain? Yeah, I grind. I hustle hard to get this chain. No, the fuck they didn't. They sucked a dick to get that chain. And no offense to my gay niggas, but them rappers be sucking dicks to get those chains, bro. And y'all motherfuckers ain't about to be lying to me. And sometimes the chains don't even be theirs. They be either renting it or being used as a billboard. Right? Because when you see these rappers who barely even stretch over $100,000 in sales, and they wearing all this Balenciaga, they wearing all this motherfucking Gucci, they wearing $10,000 shoes, a $10,000 white tee. How can they afford that? They are a walking billboard. They don't own that shit. They don't even own their own soul. They don't own their own soul. So when an empire or the music industry tells you to do something in favor of the empire, they're going to do it because they don't want to lose their ground. They don't want to lose this. They don't want to, hey, you told me to support Trump. I support Trump. Fuck it. What you want? What you want? What is it? Have people openly supporting Republicans, black people openly supporting Republicans and white supremacist talking points, talking about we're going to protect Christians in Nigeria by bombing them. Okay, well, we're going to save some rape victims by raping them. You don't make any sense to me. And I would never fall for that propaganda. I'm way too smart to fall for that type of propaganda. But they always will use entertainers because as they killed off our leaders, sometimes, not all the times, but we don't have the Fred Hamptons anymore. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the Bobby Seals on the ground anymore. We don't have the Malcolm X's anymore. So what is the closest thing to black people? Our entertainers. Who do we look at as leaders? And, it's fucked up that we do, But it's a lot of comedians. It's a lot of rappers. It's actors. It's entertainers. It's millionaires who probably came from our neighborhood, who probably came from our background and made it. So they will use them to try to, garnish support for the empire. And look, whether that be Democrats or Republican, they still trying to get you to support the empire. You have Plies of all rappers. Bussy, baby. That Plies. Talking in politics like he know what the fuck he talking about. See, they want to vote for the woman because they racist and they misogynist, and all they have to do is vote for the woman. We wouldn't have been in the boat. See, they got us in the bike seat right now. We're in the bike seat. We're in the bike seat. We ain't even driving the boat. Nigga, you don't know shit about what you talking about. Democrats gave you a couple of talking points. And you saying it. And Republicans gave Lil Wayne some talking points, and he's saying it. But guess what? All of the motherfuckers benefit from neoliberalism. All of the motherfuckers benefit from the empire. Whether there was a conservative in office at the time or a Republican in office at the time, they all gained millions while you got poor. And they telling you how you should think and how your ideology should align. Nigga, if you had any motherfucking ideology besides capitalism, you wouldn't be as rich as you are in the first place. And if you were that rich, you would be distributing that wealth amongst your people from the community that you came from. And I'm not saying that these rappers don't do giveaways or some charity events, but let's not act like these charity events isn't in the name of their record companies. Let's not act like this isn't just a way to wash money and write it off your taxes. Because if they actually cared, they would actually be losing money in these investments, building parks, building schools, building something, Boys and Girls Club. But to see, the thing is, there is little to no profit. There is little to no profit in building a school unless you are getting paid by the government, by the Rockefeller family, to push certain agendas. If you're going to build a school, you cannot teach them what actually happened to people during the Atlantic trans-slave or people rebelling against workers, how we got unions and women rights, child labor laws. You cannot teach them these things. You got to teach them Christopher Columbus came over here and explored the Americas. You got to teach them that the Pilgrims and the whites got along. The Pilgrims and the Native Americans got along. You got to tell them that, your people weren't conquerors. Your people didn't stand up for you. You got to teach them that your people, Black people, Africans sold each other. That's what you have to teach. So if you're not in it, you know what I'm saying, to really change these children mindset, then you in it for profit. And there's no profit. There is no profit in actually building community as a capitalist. Because you know what we're going to do? We're going to be like, hold on, nigga. This nigga just built a motherfucking school. This nigga just built a park. This nigga just built a library. And he's just a fucking rapper. He's just some fucking rapper. Why the fuck are our officials not doing this? Then the whole grift is gone. All of these entertainers are grifting off of your dollar. All of these people acting like they so informed. Even fucking Eminem sitting up there getting mad because Trump used one of his songs. Well, then he's going to turn around and use it. Let Joe Biden, Mr. 92 Crime Bill, use his song. And I understand. As a rich white man, I might be a liberal too. But Eminem, don't act like you are so above it all. Don't act like you are so informed. Because you're not. You're just a Trump-hating liberal. You are a Trump-hating liberal. That's it. You cried about Obama leaving. You cried about Camilla losing. You are a fucking liberal. All of these people, stop listening to these entertainers because they all are paid by somebody. They all are paid by somebody to keep you divided, to keep you ignorant. And Desi Banks isn't no different from any of these motherfuckers. That's just the only motherfucker that we caught so far that was on a hush-hush about it. It was on a hush-hush about it. NBA YoungBoy, Lil Wayne, they feel like they can do anything. They feel like they can say anything that they want. And I feel like they can too because the audience is going to back them up. Well, I don't support Trump, but I still love NBA YoungBoy. Well, if you don't support Trump, you shouldn't support NBA YoungBoy. Because I don't support Biden. I stopped listening. Do you know how hard it was for me to stop listening to Eminem every day? A nigga that was born in the early 90s, growing up on Eminem, I damn near had a fucking a relapse. A withdrawal. You know how hard it was for me to break up with Eminem? I said, okay, nigga, this is the last straw. I'm tired of your liberal white ass. I'm tired of your ass. First, you were snatching tonsils out of Hillary Clinton. You were snatching tonsils out of her throat and feeding her sherbet. Now you licking the same ice cream cone for fucking Joe Biden, nigga. Man, fuck you, bro. Fuck you, man. Eminem don't suck. Eminem is cold, bro. I ain't about to sit here and act like Eminem ain't a wordsmith. Eminem is one of the best wordsmiths that we have today. But that don't pardon the way he think and the way he move. He should be way more radical. As a motherfucker who came from Detroit, who seen Detroit, become what it is, and just looking in from the outside looking in, you don't even have to live here anymore. You still live in Michigan. Nigga, you should have been way more radical. You should have been way more radical. Motherfucking, and not only NBA YoungBoy, you got Kodak Black saying the same shit. Kodak Black keep sucking Trump dick. This isn't just some people who just like, this is the real agenda. This is the real agenda that everybody keep on saying immigrants have on us. The gay people have an agenda. The trans people have an agenda. This is the agenda that they want black people on. They want black people in the alt-right pipeline. They are making hip-hop an all-right pipeline. Hip-hop was a rebellion. It was birthed because of the civil rights. And they are trying to change it. They're trying to derail our train into an alt-right pipeline. And we are sitting here, well, he don't support him, but I still love his music. Man, fuck you, nigga. This shit is crazy. Panther Chopper is indeed comrade. About to talk to elderly Blair Anderson about it. He was there during the assassination. Trump Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. about Mark Clark and go to a pro survivor. Okay. What you mean 50 Cent ain't ever been political? That nigga came out against Madani. He come out against socialism. He came out against socialism so hard, bro. He's a Trump supporter. 50 Cent is a fucking Trump supporter, bro. How did y'all miss this? He is a fucking right-winger. He's a capitalist with a capital KKK, nigga. He don't give a fuck who he make his money off of. And I'm not even a Madani supporter. I don't even fuck with Madani. But to sit here and act like this is the end of New York. Oh my God. My nigga, tell the truth. You are only building that motherfucking he are building some. What was he building? Some studio. He building a studio, I think, in Louisiana to try to avoid taxes that New York would normally charge him. That's all these motherfuckers do. Make money off of us and then avoid paying taxes. While we still paying taxes every fucking year by year, day by day, paying taxes, and these motherfuckers find loopholes to avoid them. You don't think that you had enough money, man? Like, bro, you don't think that you have enough money? How many skyrise apartments can you live in? How many cars do you want your ass to sit in? How many cars can you actually drive in one lifetime? How much money can you actually spend in one lifetime? Because you can't even spend $1 million in one lifetime. If you do, you just a dumbass. Maybe you should stop buying coffee. Oh yeah, all these motherfuckers, Trump supporting ass. It's either they Trump supporters or they Democrat supporters. It don't matter. They all support neoliberalism. They all support capitalism. They're not going to support a system that's going to make you benefit more. It's going to make you benefit more. They not. And it sucks because a lot of these people came from gang banging, backgrounds. A lot of these people come from poor environments. You would think that they want the same thing for everyone, but they don't. They don't, because they know if you get up, you ain't gonna have time to listen to no fucking NBA young boy. If you was organizing, you ain't got time to listen to no fucking Kodak Black. Even if you do, it ain't gonna be like, Please check this out. You have to remember Agent Orange, Coattail Pro. We have everything. We have so many agencies against us, y'all. We have to be careful about the mouthpieces that we put up, that we make famous. We have to be careful. Do they really align with us politically? Really? Like, do they really align with us politically? No. So we have to be careful. We cannot let these motherfuckers talk for us like they are, a leader of any black community. You're not. You want to know how these rappers? You want to know how these rappers aren't leaders in their own black communities? Because niggas like me rob their ass when they come back. Sugarcoating anything. If I see you on the east side of Detroit in a $500,000 car with a $200,000 fucking watch, $1 million chain on, $10,000 shirt, you're going to get stripped. And the only reason why you're getting stripped is because you didn't pay up in the first. Like, nigga, you came back stunting on us. You didn't come back and say, this is how I made it, bro. Let's sit down. Let's have this meeting. Hey, look, these are people I had to go through, but I made it through here, so y'all ain't got to go through that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bring you in like this. Y'all don't do none of that shit. You try to ride around our neighborhoods and your fancy little rentals and your nice little glass chains. You know what I'm saying? We don't figure out it's fake until we actually rob you. But you're trying to stun on niggas. You're trying to stun on niggas like it's all good in the hood. It ain't, bro. It ain't. We starving out here. We starving out here. And you just got $2 million just on you. Really? You got $2 million to blow on shoes, a car, a watch, but you will not buy a building in your community for $20,000, put $50,000 in that bitch, open up a daycare, say, open something. Open something. You got $200,000 to put on a watch that you can't even wear every day. You put diamonds in it that devalues the fucking watch. So you can't even sell it for how much you bought it for. And you think a nigga like me shouldn't rob you? You're lucky I didn't kill you. You're lucky I didn't have you on War Star stripping down, man. That's all you do. Y'all take from the communities. We make you motherfuckers rich, and then you turn your nose up and start talking shit on songs like what 21 Savage said. Oh, my op so broke, we shoot at the bus. The same nigga who riding the bus who's listening to your funky ass, stupid ass music every fucking day, the same nigga who stream your fucking music, y'all talk shit about us. Y'all become millionaires and just forget about class solidarity. Oh, you riding a Honda Civic and I got your bitch in a fucking Audi, wherever the fuck you fucking my bitch in today. Where you fucking my bitch at? A mansion, a fucking yacht? Where she at today, my nigga? Let y'all tell her, y'all fuck my bitch every motherfucking day. Where she at? Oh, she on the yacht with you? Oh, she talk about how much I'm broke? Okay, yeah. Man, y'all niggas some fucking clowns. That's why y'all ass get robbed. Stop coming to the motherfucking hood. Act like shit is all good. When you, nigga, come back with something. Don't come back with empty hands, bro. Don't come back with a handful of money to your face because you're going to get a gun in your fucking face. I'm being straight the fuck real with you. I'm being straight the fuck real with you, bro, because nigga, you got to think about this. People have done more for less. For less. They have robbed liquor stores. If I see you with over $200,000 in your shit, bro, you getting robbed, man. You getting robbed. It's only right. If you ain't got no charities in the neighborhood, you don't got no nonprofits, you don't have people, you're not paying people, you know what I'm saying, with all the millions that you have accumulated from this community, then it's only right that we robbed you because that's what you're doing to the people. That's what you're doing to the people. You are robbing your community and don't even think about giving back. Before you even think about giving back, you go
under cordon already. They have us under curfew already. Maybe they will say that. Maybe they will say, Mr. Dilaba State, you know what? All of society just treat us as criminals. And whether we are law-abiding or not, the police are going to treat us as criminals. And they're done abusing us, and when you give them more power, they're going to abuse us more. They may say that. I was glad to hear from Senator Drayton, because it seems from what he is saying that they're under lockdown anyway. But I don't know. I don't live there. We don't do. Maybe some of us have that experience, but we need to hear from them. So, Mr. President, how much time? I find I'm going on a little bit, Mr. President, so I want to make sure. Mr. President, case of Surat and Attorney General against Trinidad and Tobago. Privy Council said it is for Parliament, at least in the first instance, to strike the balance between the rights of individuals and the general public interest. So we have to do that. But part of that exercise must be hearing from those who are going to receive, who are going to be at the receiving end of the power of these SOE type powers. If we have to strike that balance, we have to hear from them. In striking that balance, I would have liked to have an opportunity to drill down into the Jamaican experience. I haven't been able to do so because I haven't been able to prepare. It sounds like there are mixed results. I heard in the other place, the Attorney General said it led to a dramatic reduction in crime. I also heard in the other place from the opposition that they say, well, that only happens once an intensive police presence is there. And when you move them, they're not there. I heard from Senator Drayton that, I believe I understood him correctly, homicides don't fall. Could be wrong. But other crime does fall. So, and then I heard from Senator Murray, she spoke about that as well. But another thing that we have to consider, which is very important in determining whether we are striking the right balance in this bill, is to consider the circumstances in which the power to designate a zone arises. Now, there are two scenarios in which the power will arise, where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there's rampant criminality such as murder, gang warfare, or high or escalating levels of violence. The second scenario is simply where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a threat to the rule of law and public order. Now, that bar that must be crossed in order to declare a zone is much lower than that which must be crossed to declare a state of emergency pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution. Under the Constitution, the relevant bar in the present context would be that set out in 8.1c, I could be wrong, 8.2c it may be, where, quote, action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community of supplies or services essential to life. So that bar is a lot higher than rampant criminality or simply a threat to public order and the rule of law. Now, I believe it is fair to say, Mr. President, that over the past 25 years, there has been a steady and marked increase in criminality in this country generally and particularly in certain areas. And I think it is true to say that at least in the past 5 years or perhaps prior to that, violent crime has become rampant in particular areas of the country, at least from time to time. I accept that in the circumstances the country finds itself at this time, the country finds itself in circumstances that, sorry, my lord. Anyway, I'll go off script, Mr. President. I was trying to go on script to save time, but I accept that we're in a situation now where at least in the short term we need these type of powers. But I stress in the short term. And I agree that the criminality is such that these powers are required in the short term. But it's a short-term measure. And it's a short-term measure to buy time, to allow the government to develop and implement social and crime-fighting policies and systems which enable crime to be reduced to a tolerable level without the need to exercise these SOE-type powers and the consequential infringement of individual rights which they involve. I think that a statutory provision that confirms on the Prime Minister for a limited period of time the power to designate as zones areas in which there is rampant criminality strikes the right balance between the general public interest in the government getting control of crime and the constitutional rights of individuals affected by the exercise of the SOE-type powers conferred by the bill. Again, I wish to emphasize that the statutory power of the Prime Minister to designate zones should not be a permanent feature, but rather a short-term measure to deal with a crime problem that has over the years developed into a crisis. The power to designate areas as zones should be a temporary tool to control time until such time as the government is able to put in place social and crime-fighting policies which can control crime without the exercise of SOE-type powers. Now, we have heard that declaring a state of emergency, Mr. President, brings down the murders, the murder rate. I think that has been the result both with respect to the state of emergency brought into play by the last administration and by this administration. So we seem to have this tool that tramples or treads on people's human rights, but it brings down the crime. And the danger is if we make that a permanent feature, this ability to designate areas as zones, maybe not this government, but maybe the next government becomes lazy. They begin to rely on this zoning as a convenient, regularly used crime-fighting tool. And they abandon the social and crime-fighting policies that may control crime without having to exercise those powers. They abandon the effort to get us into a position where we can use normal policing powers to control crime. Because that's hard work. That takes social policies, as we've heard. It takes a lot of police work as well. And thus, I think in order to strike the right balance, the bill should include a sunset-type clause which provides in effect that provisions of the Act shall expire after 2 years or 3 years, something around there. It should expire. That would provide an incentive to the government to keep working at those social policies and those crime-fighting policies that do not require, that will control crime without having to rely on SOE-type powers. If you want, we could discuss as well, maybe we have a renewal clause so that it may say, well, all right, it's for 2 years, the bill will expire after 2 years, or the act will expire after 2 years, unless there's a certain type of resolution passed by Parliament. And then it will expire after, it will be extended for another 3 years. But then that's it. That's what I'm thinking strikes the right balance. Now, I appreciate that under 7.3 of the bill, any extension of the period of the zone by the Prime Minister and Council is subject to affirmative resolution, and therefore there will be an opportunity to debate the proposed extension. But the issue there will be whether the period of a particular zone should be extended, and not whether the Prime Minister should continue to have the power to designate areas as zones, the more fundamental issue. For example, if you went with the renewal model, if you had a sunset clause with a renewal clause, when it comes time for the act to expire and the government want to renew, there will then be, it will force a debate on whether it should be renewed, and that will no doubt involve a review of how the exercise of SOE-type powers have worked. Has crime reduced? It will review what that has had on the people who are at the receiving end of those powers. Have those powers been abused? It will involve a review of what the government of the day has been doing to introduce social policies and crime-fighting policies that can control crime without using these SOE-type powers. The section 28 of the bill is not a sunset clause. I understand it requires a review every 3 years at least, but that is not sufficient, in my view, an incentive or a push to the government of the day to make that effort to rid us of the need for these SOE-type powers to be used. And I'm not talking about UNC or whoever is the government in the day, because when you pass this law, especially if you don't have a sunset clause, the next government to come in will have these powers. And UNC not going to be in power forever. PNM not going to be in power forever. It might be a new party in power. We don't know who the leader of that party will look like. When we look around the world today, we are seeing leaders elected through the democratic process that are taking a very authoritarian approach to democracy. They're becoming very anti-democratic. And we don't want to find ourselves with a leader who is of that mind. As I said, don't get me involved in PNM UNC thing. I'm sure the UNC supporters they probably don't want this. If it's a PNM in power, they don't want this power. So all I'm saying is be careful what you wish for, because it has happened other places, and it can happen here too. With respect to section 6.1b, how much time have I?
You have 7 more minutes.
61B, it provides that an area can be designated a zone if there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a threat to the rule of law and order, public order. Now, I have a serious, this is my other concern. So I have two concerns, Mr. President. And I apologize if I haven't been facing you because I'm supposed to be talking to you. The one concern is no sunset clause. I want a sunset clause, please. The other concern is that Section 61B is too broad. The language is too vague. It's too uncertain. It seems to suggest that there's a wide range of circumstances which may constitute such a threat. So I understand, I can see that the provisions of the bill providing for a power to designate areas in which there's rampant criminality as zones is necessary and in the public interest. And as a short-term measure, given that we find ourselves in a situation where the state has been unable to control crime through the exercise of normal policing powers and has only been able to do so through the exercise of SOE-type powers. Now, rampant criminality might itself be said to be a threat to the rule of law and public order, but that is covered by Section 1A. So when we talk about, so Section 1B is talking about a threat to the rule of law and public order other than criminality. So the question is, what is that threat which this country is now facing and which the police cannot deal with using their normal policing powers and which does not constitute grounds for calling a state of emergency pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution? Now, if it's an existential threat that we face in July 2025, that is a ground, in my view, no question, for a state of emergency to be called under the Constitution. And it was. And if it is rampant criminality, I'm all right. Well, we have Section 61A under the Act, and I'm happy with that once we have a sunset clause. But when in addition to that you say, or any threat to rule of law or public order, I get very nervous because I don't know what that is. I don't know what is that threat. It's not clear to me what is the threat that the country is facing now that requires this kind of a power to designate areas as zones because there's a threat to the rule of law and public order. What is that threat? Sorry? I have 3 minutes. So let me wrap up by saying, Mr. President, because of the broad and loose language of Section 1B, it opens itself up to abuse. It opens itself up to the possibility, perhaps, of a future leader using that power to exercise SOE-type powers, not because there's any real threat, but because for political purpose or some other ulterior motive. And again, I say, remember, be careful what you wish for, because you will not always be in power. And the PNM will not always be in power. You might have a new party. I have other criticisms of the bill, Mr. President, but those will not prevent me from supporting this bill. And I want to end by saying one thing. Either way I vote, if it stays in this form, I will be voting that way very reluctantly. So I'm in a tough position. My position is not cast in concrete. I'm hoping to hear from the Honorable Attorney General in reply. I do not know the Attorney General on a personal level, but what I do know of him professionally tells me his reply to my contribution and to those of the other independent senators, whether that reply is made in this chamber or to the media, will be neither vapid nor shallow. That is to say, it will be a reasoned reply, and it will not be based on insults and personal attacks against the members of the independent bench. Quite apart from the fact that I expect his sense of decency and intellectual integrity would not allow him to make anything other than a reasoned response, the Attorney General no doubt appreciates that in the context of a debate, when you have to rely on personal attacks against the other debater, it shows that your case is devoid of merit. And that, Mr. President, marks the end of my contribution, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to make my usual vapid and shallow contribution. I do so with full awareness that it may shortly be ignored, dismissed, or survived. I confess from the outset that I am one of those independent senators who, according to recent commentary, speaks at length, thinks too much, and occasionally votes according to conscience. I accept that this may be deeply inconvenient. We have been told that our contributions do not really matter. Now, that is a refreshing constitutional innovation. It suggests that parliamentary debate is now optional. Scrutiny is decorative, and the Senate exists largely for ambience. I must say, Mr. President, that is news to me. I had always labored under the quaint belief that Parliament was a place for reasoned argument, not merely a staging area for pre-approved outcomes. Be that as it may, let me turn to the bill. Mr. President, crime remains one of the most... Thank you. Mr. President, crime remains one of the most serious challenges facing Trinidad and Tobago. And for decades, successive governments have relied on traditional law enforcement approaches. Despite significant expenditure and repeated legislative amendments, violent crime persists. The public expects Parliament to respond honestly, and it would be disingenuous to pretend that what we have been doing is sufficient. Against that background, I approach this bill with an open, cautious mind. Being open to new solutions is not an abstraction of principle, it's not an abdication of principle. It is an acknowledgement that entrenched problems sometimes require carefully calibrated innovation. The task before us is not to choose between security and rights, but to ensure that any enhanced security measures remain consistent with constitutional values and the rule of law. As the Canadian Prime Minister Carney might have put it, we want an approach that is principled and pragmatic. Now, what is the nature of this bill? It proposes geographically limited zones of special operations, time-bound and subject to parliamentary oversight. It is not a state of emergency in disguise. It is an attempt to surgically address areas of entrenched criminality while preserving, as far as possible, ordinary criminal procedure and judicial supervision. There is constitutional override, and of course, that is always a serious matter. In particular, the bill expressly invokes Section 13 of the Constitution. That's a grave step. Parliament should never treat constitutional overrides lightly. However, the Constitution itself contemplates such legislation, provided the special majority is obtained. The question, therefore, is not whether Parliament has the power, but whether the power is exercised responsibly and proportionately. Importantly, despite the override, the bill retains several core safeguards. Arrest and detention remain subject to judicial scrutiny. Persons must be informed of the reasons for arrest. Magistrates are required to review detention promptly. The High Court oversight is engaged within short time frames. Legal professional privilege is expressly protected. These are not cosmetic provisions, they matter. The Prime Minister and Council may declare a zone on reasonable grounds relating to rampant criminality or threats to public order. Now, I agree with the Law Association's observation that these phrases are very broad. They risk over-declaration and weaken accountability. But to be fair, there are key safeguards. There's a time limit, 180 days. It's geographically limited. Parliament must be informed. The extensions require affirmative parliamentary resolution. And I would say this compares favorably with states of emergency regimes and older public order laws with weaker temporal controls. From a law enforcement perspective, the bill provides clarity of command through a joint police and defense force structure, mandatory reporting, body-worn cameras, and forensic registration of weapons. These measures protect not only civilians, but also officers acting lawfully in difficult circumstances. Now, I do have some concerns about the use of soldiers in our communities, of which I will say more later. But let me touch on another important aspect of the legislation, which I would call the soft power aspect, and that is the area that treats with the possibility of social transformation, which clearly is not incidental. It strikes me, and I hope that the movers of the bill can elaborate further on this, to emphasize that the social transformation component is not just an afterthought. The mandatory establishment of a social transformation committee with community representation and developmental responsibilities reflects an understanding that crime is not addressed by force alone. International experience demonstrates that purely militarized interventions fail unless social conditions are simultaneously addressed. The social transformation component aligns with evidence that purely militarized intervention fail where they ignore the structural causes of crime. Now, I am mindful of concerns expressed that this legislation may be racially or politically motivated. But on the face of the bill, zones are defined geographically based on objective criteria such as levels of violence and threats to public order. There is no racial or political classification. But that said, perception matters, right? The legitimacy of this framework will depend entirely on fair, transparent, and restrained implementation. Many laws fail not because of what is written, but because of how they are applied. The bill contains mechanisms that can guard against abuse, time limits, parliamentary oversight, judicial supervision, reporting obligations, and periodic review. Those mechanisms must be used, not ignored. The challenge for this Parliament is to strike a careful balance and to give law enforcement the tools required to restore public safety, while ensuring that exceptional measures do not become normalized and that fundamental rights are restricted only to the extent strictly necessary. The most intrusive elements of this bill relate to searches, curfew, and cordon powers. But here again, there are mitigating features. Reasonable suspicion is required. Searches must be observed where practicable. Legal professional privilege is protected. Cordon and curfew durations are tightly capped, 24 and 72 hours. But we cannot be blind to the remaining risks relating to warrantless searches, and here I anticipate that judicial scrutiny will have to serve as a necessary further safeguard, and that the proportionality of curfews affecting innocent residents will be a central issue. Mr. President, I accept that doing nothing is a choice. But it is not one I think that the population will find acceptable. This bill is not beyond criticism, and it warrants some refinement, but it represents, I think, a serious attempt to confront a national crisis within a legal and constitutional framework. Our duty is to scrutinize it rigorously, try and improve it where we can, and ensure that if it is enacted, it is implemented with restraint, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. I turn now to the use of the military in these special zones, a matter that troubles many citizens, and which troubles me as well. The use of soldiers alongside the police in domestic law enforcement operations. Now, on the one hand, we confront heavily armed, organized criminal networks that pose a real and immediate threat to life and public order. On the other hand, we have to be vigilant about, as Senator Delabasi said, about the long-term constitutional and institutional consequences of normalizing military involvement in civilian policing. Now, strictly speaking, I don't see this as a separation of powers issue in the classical sense. The Defense Force remains under civilian control, and Parliament is legislating for its domestic deployment. There is no usurpation of judicial power, nor the creation of a parallel military justice system for civilians. But that does not end the inquiry. Constitutional law is not concerned only with legality, but with constitutional culture. In constitutional democracies, there is a long-standing distinction between the police, whose function is civilian law enforcement, investigation, public order, and the military, whose function is national defense and external security. And that distinction exists for good reason. Soldiers are trained for combat, not community policing. Their ethos, their rules of engagement, and the operational mindset are necessarily very different. As I see it, the real constitutional risk is not the exceptional use of the defense force in support of the police. It is a normalization of that rule. If soldiers routinely patrol communities, conduct searches, and enforce curfews, then we may be risking a blurring of institutional roles, militarizing civilian spaces, and eroding public trust, particularly in already marginalized communities. And that would be unhealthy for our democracy in the long term. Now, to its credit, the bill does try to address those concerns in a number of ways. The Defense Force operates in a supporting role within a joint command. Operations are time-limited, they're geographically confined. Normal criminal procedures and judicial oversight is retained. Human rights training is mandated, and the deployment is tied to a broader social transformation strategy, not permanent occupation. And these features are constitutionally significant. They signal that this is not intended to replace civilian policing. But that said, safeguards are only as strong as their enforcement. We already have heard that some people may not afford to be able to get lawyers to represent them and prosecute their claims in court. But if military involvement becomes prolonged, routine, or politically expedient, the constitutional balance will be undermined in practice, even if not in theory. So in my respectful view, Parliament should affirm expressly and repeatedly that the use of soldiers in domestic security is exceptional and temporary. It is justified only by extraordinary levels of violence and firepower, and it cannot become a substitute for long-term investment in professional, intelligence-led civilian policing. We have to be honest about the danger posed by well-armed criminal groups. But we must also be honest about the dangers of drifting slowly and quietly towards a militarized approach to public order. Traditional crime-fighting methods in Trinidad and Tobago have not provided sustainable results. I accept that. Experimentation is constitutionally permissible, provided limits are clear, safeguards are real, review is genuine, and measures are temporary, not normalized. I think the bill does try, it does attempt to achieve that balance. It is not beyond criticism, but it is not reckless. In terms of overall architecture of the bill, I find it to be internally coherent and well-structured, with a clear division between declaration powers, operational powers, safeguards, social intervention mechanisms, and review mechanisms. Minister.
Senator, thank you for giving me. Just from my own recollection, and I'm sure you'll be much more aware than I have, since in the 90s, soldiers have been working along with the police force. I remember Gun Hill and Point Fortin, confidence patrols, joint patrols that police and soldiers have had for the last 25 years. You know, I'm sure you would have recalled some of that.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Minister, and you make my point. Because we've had a debate previously in this Parliament about these joint patrols. And I made the point in that debate then that the real risk we have is that it's becoming normalized. And that is not what it should be. Soldiers are for one realm, police is for another realm. So that is it. And my concern here is that we may, in fact, be inadvertently entrenching that approach in our whole law enforcement structure, which I don't think is healthy in the long run. Now, let me get back to the point. I'm trying to support your bill. And I want to say that I think it is a marked improvement on earlier emergency-style legislation, which tended to rely almost exclusively on coercive powers. Now, I do hope that the Honorable Attorney General will consider amendments, and in that hope, I would respectfully propose a few. That we narrow and articulate the constitutional override with proportionality language. I think it would be stronger if the bill specified which rights are limited and to what extent, rather than relying on a general override. Modern rights limiting statutes increasingly favor structured limitation clauses, necessity, proportionality, least restrictive means, rather than blanket overrides. And to this extent, I want to agree with the Law Association's recommendation that the terms rampant criminality and the rule of law/public order limbs be defined by reference to objective indicators. My second recommendation is that we strengthen independent civilian oversight during the zone operations. While the bill applies objective criteria and includes safeguards applicable to all residents, the real risk lies not in the text, but in the implementation. Zones are likely to be declared in poorer, historically marginalized communities. And I don't want to say accident or design, but that may correlate with race or political motivation. Community representation on the Social Transformation Committee, I think, can go a long way towards mitigating against misuse. And the Law Association's recommendation that the MP be an ex officio member, I think that is a reasonable and worthy recommendation to be considered. My third recommendation is that we clarify criteria guiding zone selection to counter claims of arbitrariness. And my fourth recommendation is that we consider making parliamentary review more frequent, at least during early implementation. As I begin my wrap-up, I think this bill represents a serious, structured attempt to confront a crisis that ordinary law enforcement tools have failed to contain. It does so while reclaiming more safeguards than comparable regimes, even as it invokes exceptional constitutional powers. The central challenge is not whether this bill is lawful. It likely is, but whether it will be implemented with restraint, transparency, and fidelity to its own safeguards. And that is where legitimacy will ultimately be won or lost. Historically, Caribbean public order legislation has been reactive, emergency-driven, and weak on oversight. This bill is comparatively more rights-conscious, notwithstanding the Section 13 override. The Constitution permits extraordinary measures, but it does not absolve us of responsibility for the constitutional culture we create. The question is not only whether this approach is lawful today, but whether it is healthy for the society we wish to preserve tomorrow. Let me conclude by going back to where I started. And I want to say this gently. In a constitutional democracy, the state does not only protect the agreeable. The government does not only govern the compliant. And Parliament does not exist merely to applaud. Independent senators were not appointed to be predictable. We were not appointed to be loyal. And we were certainly not appointed to be silent. Our role is to ask the uncomfortable questions, particularly when laws expand executive power, limit movement, or recalibrate the balance between security and liberty. And if that makes our contributions vapid, then I plead guilty. But on the firm understanding that vapidity in this context appears to mean independence of thought. Mr. President, let me reassure this Senate and the public at large that this independent bench will continue to do the dangerous work of thinking carefully, speaking plainly, and voting deliberately, even when it is inconvenient, even when it is unfashionable, and even when it is described as shallow. I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration, Artificial
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon on what has been quite an interesting debate thus far. But before I do, I want to extend a happy and blessed New Year to yourself, your good self, and by extension your family, your friends, your loved ones, and of course to all my colleagues in the chamber. Now, Mr. President, we have ended 2025. We are in a new year. I would have thought, Mr. President, that this year would have provided the opportunity for copious reflection, Mr. President, by those opposite. I thought this year, Mr. President, as they say in the Chinese zodiac, the year of the, I think it's the fire horse. You know, fire renews. Fire gets rid of the old and births new beginnings. And I was hopeful, Mr. President, that members opposite would take the opportunity to do so. But as I listen to my good colleagues, in particular Senator Dan Paul, I was met with the stark reality, Mr. President, that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, unfortunately. And so, Mr. President, I want to address, for the public record, for the Hansard, some of the comments made by senators opposite. And in particular, Mr. President, Senator Dan Paul, in his contribution, it reminded me of a Shakespearean comedy. Well, my colleague has identified that it may be a tragedy. But the title of it is Much Ado About Nothing. And as I listened to the ramblings of the good senator, he made a number of what I thought were illogical correlations. He spoke first to the fact that the IMF went to Jamaica, and the IMF then subsequently might have funded the zones in Jamaica. He then went on a rant, Mr. President, about his prescribed possible conspiracy theory that the zoning is a phase one of the same measure, and that the IMF may somehow, using his logic, be a phase two for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Mr. President, I don't know if that was logic, a bit of Inspector Gadget, a bit of Blue's Clues. I'm not sure what that was by Senator Dan Paul, but it was quite confusing. He then, Mr. President, went on to quote statistics. I thought maybe he would quote some recent statistics, but it seems he could only go back to 2011 data, where he quoted hotspots. Might I remind the goodly senator that we are in the year 2026 of our Lord, and so the data has changed quite significantly, and that he might want to do a bit more reflection. In fact, Mr. President, I would advise members opposite to reflect once, maybe twice, or as I think as they're saying in Tobago, 15 times. Reflection is important. So maybe the goodly senator will do such. Now, Mr. President, maybe he's feeling blue. No pun intended. But to the matter at hand, Mr. President, there are a number of his colleagues who also spoke to a number of issues related to the clauses in the bill. And for the record, we're speaking about specifically the law reform, zones of special operation, special security and community development measures bill 2026. And I also listened to the comments opposite, of course, of the independents. And I thought to myself, Mr. President, none of these things happen in a vacuum. No bill or amendment is brought to this good place in a vacuum. What is the precedent, therefore, Mr. President? What is the natural flow that has caused us to bring this very important bill to this good chamber? And, Mr. President, we all know the why this has occurred. And it hasn't happened overnight. In fact, Mr. President, it certainly didn't happen over the last 9 months. This has been systemic. This has been long coming. And, Mr. President, in order for us to change our current circumstances and realities, we must reflect on the history that has brought us here. So, this bill, 28 clauses, must be placed in that context. And what is that context? Because we must be realistic. We must be true to ourselves. The reality, Mr. President, is that this country, whether we like it or not, has been ravished by crime and criminality. Now, we can speak publicly in this private chamber. We can reflect on many things, but we cannot misrepresent the reality that our citizens face on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. Mr. President, we have a duty to look at the facts. And what are the facts, Mr. President? And I want to make it abundantly clear that this bill serves the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. But in an abundance of duty, Mr. President, let's have a look at the Newsday, Monday, 30th December, 2024. And, Mr. President, I want to quote a gentleman that once had a seat in this good chamber. And I want to paint the picture that this is not a UNC policy where we are vilifying persons. We are treating with what is. And I quote the then Minister of National Security. He mentioned that as of December 26, there had been 551 incidents, quote unquote, murders with 614 victims, 93 of which incidents involved multiple victims. This is them saying it, not us. He went on to say, in particular, Mr. President, during the period, there were 33 double homicides. Not one, not two, and even one or two is too much. 33 double homicides. 8, Mr. President, triple homicides. 4, Mr. President, quadruple homicides. And 1, Mr. President, quintuple homicide. This is from the man who was in, as the young people say, in the source. And he was there for quite a long time. And Senator Dan Paul, in your reflection, reflect on what you could have done but failed to do. Mr. President, I want you to pay particular attention to this piece here. He noted that these murders were connected to types of weapons and ammunition used. A lot of it is related to gangs, having nothing to do with you or me. So he take himself out. Senator, I've given you a pass, but don't rile me because I will start you again, okay? In many cases, Mr. President, we are innocent bystanders, victims of it, he added. Mr. President, he said, there is no doubt in my mind, no doubt, that we are dealing with an epidemic. Those are not the UNC's words. Those are members opposite. Their colleague, the person that they entrusted with the duty and responsibility to take care of the same citizens that they're speaking about. And Mr. President, you and I are also included in that batch. This is why we are treating this as a public health concern. We consider this to be very necessary and a useful development. So, Mr. President, I don't want to belabor the point. But the details are the details, the facts are the facts, and the inertia is inertia. And whether colleagues opposite, be it Senator Brown, Senator Awari, whether they speak to how much legislation they had written? It matters not, because there was no implementation, there was no direct action. And I say, Mr. President, as Senator Brown exits the chamber, that it takes visionary leadership to make hard decisions, Mr. President, unpopular decisions, Mr. President. And the history of this country will prove someone right, or it will prove someone wrong. But I can tell you so far, Mr. President, said individual has been right and right and right, and she will help write the future of a safer, productive, more responsible Trinidad and Tobago. One, Mr. President, that we can be proud of. Now, Mr. President, that is the data. And I can go further, only to say that if we go to the number of serious crime reported to the police, excluding traffic accidents, etc., and we look at the period 1975 up till 2022, how long, I ask the independents, how long can we allow our country to descend into what, as they have said, become commonplace? My issue is not that we will fall into commonplace as it relates to normalizing the police working with the defense force, the police working with different arms of the apparatus. My issue is that we have become commonplace with criminality, Mr. President, with death, Mr. President, with innocent blood spilling on our nation roads. I am against the normalization of a culture that breeds criminality. And that is what this bill is about. A direct, strict action towards the curtailing of what has been decades in the coming. But today, we have an opportunity. And whenever we vote, we have an opportunity. And I am not going to speak anything about who is a puppet and who is not a puppet and all that. The fruit of your labor will show us who you are. We cast no aspersions. We leave it to the good people, to the logical people, to people that we know are men and women of integrity, to make the right decision for themselves, for their family members, for their loved ones, and of course, do no harm. As Senator Murray says often, do no harm. This bill, I submit to you, is a bill of do no harm. So, Mr. President, I could go on and on about the data and the reason behind and the imminent threat that was upon this Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that the Attorney General spoke to. The gentleman sitting there who's no longer here, as well as the Senate lead for the government of this Republic, they went in detail to demonstrate to the public information that the public has never heard or seen before. I sat opposite there many times, Mr. President, and not once would any member of the then government disclose the kind of information that these members have demonstrated and presented to the public through this House. And I don't take that for granted. Mr. President, go through the Hansard and you make a determination of when a government has been more transparent and accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what they call, Mr. President, a rhetorical question. Because the answer, as the English professors would know, is obvious. And I say no more on that. So, Mr. President, Senator Dan Paul, he got me riled up a little bit, and I had to address some of his concerns. So, reflection, my brother. 2026 is a new year. I commend you on what is your first contribution, so we won't hold it against you, but in future, you can do better. All right? Certainly not 2011 or 2021, we're in a new year, but I'll leave it as that. Mr. President, I want to get to the meat of the matter as it relates to this bill. And many colleagues here have put forward a perspective which is legal in nature. And I respect the legal profession and the importance of the legislative components that members opposite have treated with, even on my end here. But what struck me about this bill, Mr. President, if you didn't know, Mr. President, I have a background in sustainable development, economics, and international financial organizations. And as a result of that, I have a soft spot for items related to the vulnerable in society, the importance of human rights, and I know Senator Vieira would have alluded to some of that. Senator Drayton, he also alluded to some of that. And of course, Senator Murray. And in my reflection of the clauses of this bill, I said to myself, there's criminality, that is obvious. It has been unchecked for years, that is also obvious. This is an attempt to curb, to stymie, to prevent future challenges that this country has faced over many decades. But what about the vulnerable? What about the elderly? What about the children? And Mr. President, I said to myself, let us look at instances. You know, Senator Arts talked about collateral damage, I believe, was the word she used. And I said to myself, we already live in an era of collateral damage. In fact, Mr. President, if we look to the Newsday, the 3rd of August, 2022, girl 10 among 8 wounded in Barataria. Collateral damage. Mr. President, Express, February 27, 2024, wearing masks to hide their faces. Some children from Lavantil yesterday stood where they had been, where Ezekiel had been killed. And Senator De La Bastide mentioned something in his contribution where he said, what about putting our feet in the shoes of those in those vulnerable places? He mentioned that. And by happenstance, I had already identified words coming out of what can be described as those types of communities. And you know what they said when young Ezekiel was killed? And they came in solidarity to a fallen child. You know what the residents said? Justice for Ezekiel. That was their chant. Ezekiel is more than a statistic. That was their chant. Stop killing our children. That was their chant. End gang violence. That was their chant. That wasn't in Westmoreland, as you said, Senator De La Bastide. It wasn't in Goodwood Park. It wasn't from those persons who may not be directly exposed, those who are from the mouths of the people living in those communities affected by crime, and we sit here and we assume that those persons don't want more security, that they don't want more protection. I have had friends who have grown up in said areas, and they are begging for our assistance. Now I take the position of senators across the floor. You want long-term. You want established. But as they say, one foot in front of the other gets the job done. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. This is a first step, Mr. President. Allow us that opportunity. Allow those persons who said end gang violence. Stop the killing of innocent children. Stop the murdering of the elderly. Stop the home invasions. And Independence, I empathize with you. The senator said, you know, there isn't empirical. You would want to see a more specific set of terms. You wanted to see more empirical data as to what defines rampant criminality. And I think in what I have shared here today, Mr. President, the definition is clear. We want to stop murder. We want to stop gang violence. We want to stop the innocent killing of children. We want to stop the murdering of bystanders. We want to stop the collateral damage. What more needs to be said? What more detail needs to be brought to this Senate? We've heard it from the persons who live in those areas. We've heard it from the academics. We've heard it from all over. We've even drawn an example from Jamaica. Senator Dan Paul said, well, because it was used in Jamaica and nowhere else, it is not valid. Well, Senator, take a look at the statistics and the data as it relates to murder, to criminality in Jamaica, and do a comparison of all other countries, and you'd understand why Jamaica took that position. Look back in 2024, where there was 600 plus murders in this small island. That, my friend, is not a normal circumstance. Nowhere else in the world has challenges like those. So your comparison does not obtain, I'm sorry. We have to deal with what is before us. We have to understand our context. We have to understand that the culture, the gang culture and criminality is inculcated in our society. And if we do not take a stand now, when will we make the change, Mr. President? I submit to you that it will be too late when we make that change. So you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity. Tomorrow is not promised, but today, in this Senate, and in a few days, depending on how long we go, we have the now. And it is our responsibility in the service of the public that we do what is right. And we don't do necessarily what is right for the one or two, not for the few, but we govern for the many. And this bill, Mr. President, it does just that. So, Mr. President, when I look at the human rights component, and I know Senator Arts would love this phrase, given that she's a fan of persons like, as she mentioned, Professor Ryan, I'm sure she's a fan of Amartya Sen. Well, what can I say? A good memory. A good memory. So reflecting on that, Amartya Sen, he's a gentleman that spoke about freedoms. And you know what is important in our society? That we give the opportunity for persons to be free. Because if you can't go about your day-to-day life, if every moment you have to be putting in 3-4 CCTV cameras, you're feeling unsafe, you can't go to the mall, you can't go here, you are in a zone already. You have been zoned. So what is it about zone here and zone there and zone everywhere?
That's the point right there.
Draw a circle around Trinidad, and for a time, Tobago was exempted. But draw a circle around Trinidad, my friends, colleagues. You have already been zoned. You've been zoning for over 10 plus years. So let us not pontificate. Let us not banter needlessly on what is a zone and where the zone is. And the mother who has to send her son to school would prefer that that gentleman returns to his home unscathed. She wants her son to live a long and prosperous life. And maybe this zoning, even for a time, can give an opportunity to a young man to achieve his dreams. Mr. President, this bill is not about semantics. It is about saving lives. So let us do our duty, Mr. President, because in time past, when emperors could wash their hands of blood and do nothing, for us to do nothing would to be participants in the same criminality that we didn't take a stand for.
And we would bear the same guilt.
Today.
And we would bear the same guilt.
And our good Father is telling us that we will bear the same guilt. I will not be left guilty, Mr. President. I will do my part. I will vote in favor of this legislation. And I know the goodly senators, I know the first row, Mr. President, they want to vote in favor. I know that. I know that. Senator Dan Paul in particular, he would love to vote for this.
He not zoned by himself.
I know, Mr. President, with all the legislation that Senator Alwari has drafted in his time, he would also love to vote for this.
He drafted it.
I know Senator Brown, in his time as Foreign Affairs Minister, he would have loved to say, crime is not an issue in Trinidad and Tobago, and stand proud. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that.
Stand proud?
Either one. But I want to give the senators opposite an opportunity. Stand on the right side. Stand on the right side.
Do something.
Take off your political hat and do the right thing. So, Mr. President, I must say, this is a bill that is indeed an important one. It is controversial, but it is incredibly important. Mr. President, might I ask you how much time I have left? Ah, good. Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I am guided. I am guided. I will try my best. I will try my endeavor best. 8 minutes? 8, right? Okay. 8. 8 is enough time, Mr. President. 8 is enough. 8 is more than enough. Mr. President, but in particular, as it relates to the human rights issue, we don't have enough time to go through everything, but Clause 26, and in particular, Clause 18, subsection 3.6. And, you know, in 18 in particular, I had to highlight that the arrest or detention component, you know, it's not a zero-sum game as it relates to the power which is given under this bill. Because you see, the magistrate is also involved. And if you look at 18 of that subsection, it says where a person is arrested or detained in a zone, that person at the time of his arrest or detention, or as soon as is reasonably practicable, be told in language which he understands of the reason for his arrest and detention, unless the circumstances are such that the person should know. And B, immediately or as soon as is reasonably practicable, be taken before a magistrate who shall determine, the magistrate, who shall determine whether or not there is reasonable grounds for arrest or detention. So I say that to say, I have seen sufficient, now I'm not a lawyer, Mr. President, but in my view, as a layman, this is a stopgap. These are what you call guardrails within the law. And so there is a stage and a process which the Attorney General would have outlined where at any point in time, a change in direction can happen. So I just want to say that from the human rights perspective. In 5, it says where the magistrate is not satisfied that the arrest or detention of the person is reasonably required in the interest of justice, he shall order that person to be released immediately, Mr. President. So I wanted to highlight that for the record, that this is not an approach that is bereft of process and protocol. Now, persons have glossed over the fact that there is, in fact, Mr. President, a social transformation committee. I think this is a very important component of the bill. And some members have highlighted this particular clause. And members opposite, some of them, have said, well, we don't like the composition of the committee. Or maybe the committee requires various experts, which are not defined here. But in many circumstances, Mr. President, I dare say that there may be even an absence of a committee. But this bill clearly defines committee work. And in fact, this committee also prescribes that there be a report be provided in terms of the constitution of the committee. And there are quite a number of pieces here and components here, where they also include mental health care professionals, where they've also included persons with disabilities, a representative of the National Center for Persons with Disabilities. So, Mr. President, I say that to say this, that the committee is robust. Is it perfect? Well, time will tell. But it's there. And it's there for that purpose, to protect the rights of individuals. So there's due process. There is a process. There are stopgaps. There are guardrails. We understand the basis and the outcome of the government, the intended outcome of this bill. And we know that there's a time period, there's a level of urgency, Mr. President. Because yes, we've benefited from a 45% decrease in murder over the last few months. We've benefited from that. But this, Mr. President, is an approach designed not to normalize emergency powers, Mr. President, but it's a legislation designed to end the need for it. And I think that is worth mentioning, because certainly we can't cover every aspect under the sun. There will always be opinions. There will always be a need to say, well, it lacks this and it lacks that. But for the most part, I think Senator Vieira, he concluded as well that there are components here that he's happy to support, and there are pieces that he may or may not be comfortable with. Similar, Senator de la Bastide, he said many of his friends and colleagues want him to support this bill. And I agree with him. Many of my colleagues want to support this bill. And Senator de la Bastide, let me help out with brethren and them as well. Huh? Let's support the bill. Let us move forward with it. It may not be perfect, but certainly it is something to start with, and we will adjust. And whether, Senator Danpo, whether it is in the budget or not in the budget, my friend, this is called flexible governance. Okay? Life happens, and therefore you must make adaptations based on the current circumstance, not 2011. Okay? So we have a measure of variability. We have a measure of flexibility. And the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago gave us that right on April 28th. And that is our duty, and we'll perform our duty, and we will make no apology, Mr. President, for putting the people of Trinidad and Tobago first. We make no apology. No apology. And who vex? The loss, Mr. President. And that is not a stance of arrogance, Mr. President, because again, I have sat in this chamber and I have seen arrogance, Mr. President. I have seen ego and arrogance in this chamber. And I can tell you, Mr. President, this is a government committed to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, time is moving on. I don't want to hold hostage, maybe that's a poor use of words, to the goodly senators here. But I want to make an appeal. I want to make an appeal to my independents. This is not a UNC or PNM issue. We have an immediate circumstance that is upon us, all of us. Whether it be short-term, long-term, medium-term, we have a decision to make. This helps our people save lives. And it starts now with your help. So help us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Alicia Lalit Etienne, it's your turn.
Honorable President, could you please assist me 10 minutes before time? Thank you so much. And I beg to go through you before I start my presentation. I would like to put on the business hat and the lecturing hat for just a couple minutes. I have been hearing from the government side about a visionary leader, visionary leadership, and that's commendable. But do we really know the definition of a visionary leader? By Daniel Coleman, a visionary leader is someone who innovates, collaborates, and clear communication. And the opposite of a visionary leader is a totalitarian leader who dominates decisions and who expects comprehensive obedience and obligation to whatever the leader wants. And the reason why I said that is because I have been hearing nearly every sitting about the term visionary leadership, visionary leader. A visionary leader is open-minded to collaboration. a visionary leader, will take the time to listen to other contributions and have an open mind. And the reason why I want to start my contribution with this, begin my contribution with this definition, is because I'm hearing, I just heard by the senator just presented, Honorable Senator, a little while ago. And I would kindly ask, you all have been asking on the other side, on this other side. I'm kindly asking that everybody have an open mind. Nobody is here to, well, on the independent bench, to knock down the legislation. I keep commending the government. The government is trying very hard, and I commend you all. It's a serious situation at hand, and no one is left unscathed. No one. You could live in a gated community. You could be the Prime Minister. You could be a lawyer. You could be the President of the Senate in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And no one is left without being touched by crime. Or this bill that we are debating here, which is the Zones of Special Operations and Special Communication and Development Measures for 2026 Act. It's going to affect every single citizen that resides in Trinidad and Tobago. So hence the reason why I'm asking for an open mind. We need to put away the party politics, everything, because it's about our citizenry. It's about our lives, our future. And one way or the other, it's going to affect us. It's not to say that a zone is set up over there and I am over here and it's not going to affect me. One way or the other, it's going to affect us. And it has a lot of seriousness involved. And hence the reason for critiquing the bill and various contributions to highlight certain areas. And I have been hearing from the dear senator that just spoke and dear Senator Alaha for flexibility. I am hoping and praying, I'm not saying hoping alone, I'm praying that when this bill reach the committee stage, that you all will keep that in mind as well and come forward with a flexible attitude towards the committee stage, approaching all amendments that are being opposed to recommended at the committee stage. Please, if you all will, at least have an open mind. Because I'm sensing through the debate, some people, their minds are already closed. And we should have an open mind and listen to everyone's contribution. And, because my weakness is someone else's strength in here. I might be an expert in certain fields, you might be an expert in, and that's what we come together today in the Senate. Where there is unity, there is strength. So hence the reason I hope that at the committee stage that we will have the flexibility that you all are asking for from you all as well, and also to at least approach it with an open mind. Now, I like to start with this quote from Alan Autry, an American actor, politician, and footballer. What is devastating to a society is uncontrollable crime. And that is what we are faced with in Trinidad and Tobago. And the government is trying different strategies, and they have reached a point where we have this bill that we are debating. And I am not here to knock down the bill. I am here to seek some clarifications. I have some concerns, and I'm going to bring it forward. Because It affects me and also a minority group that is a part of this society. You may say, how come it affects and we put in the National Center for Persons with Disabilities in the list of people that will be considered? And I will get to that later on. Now, I liked how Senator Marie, she did some, background in her presentation regarding Jamaica, because this is a replica of the zone's operation in Jamaica. So she gave a little background. She went into depth on stats and et cetera, et cetera. And I would like to, from that backdrop, I would like to also say, all right, what has or had, because they're coming out of it, Jamaica in this situation? Through research, in 1962, what caused it? Conflict, political conflict, and it evolved over time. And also, from the Caribbean Policy Institute, 2024, they have identified that right now that there are over 600,000. That is 20% of the population of Jamaica that occupies 350,000 illegal parcels of land. This qualifies to 40% of the population in Jamaica. And the reason why I give that percentage is because the organized crime leaders in Jamaica have found themselves in the network of these semi and informal communities. And they have set up themselves, strengthened themselves, and locked down, and actually, and through, they even provide services for the community, but you're locked down, and you have to go by their rules. So it's a fight between state and government for total control of these semi and informal communities. And just think about it, there's over 350,000 parcels of informal occupying of lands. That is one of the main contributors to the situation that Jamaica has found themselves in over the past years, and political conflict. Now, I understand that our government is looking for strategies, and they're looking for success stories in other countries, and what to make it most appropriate, a Caribbean country as well. And what is the common denominator is the spiral and uncontrolled crime within the society. So that is one common denominator between Jamaica and Trinidad over the years. I have identified that there are also, I began to identify that there are also some differences. There are similarities and there are differences. Where we have to consider, because we want to implement the zones operations, but there are things to consider. I have identified, and I don't think that the illegal gangs in Trinidad and Tobago is occupying over 40% of informal and illegal lands in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't think it's that severe. And also, you have cultural differences. So you have to take that into consideration. If even if you're using their operations as a replica to guide you into implementing a zones operation here, I could understand that, but these are important issues that you have to take into consideration. And so there are differences. So these differences, you have cultural differences, the way how things operate, legal aspects. So you have to consider the differences as well. So with this bill that is before us, there are some concerns that I have, and I would itemize them. One of the concerns, all right, is, and I like to bring explanations and examples as well, not just for the Senate, but for the common man that is viewing, that he will be able to understand and feel the impact that we are here making very important decisions that would affect the lives of our communities. So it has to be, we have to be very careful, and we cannot look upon Senator Allaha, we have the 31st, we have the 31st. Yes, we have the 31st, and you don't want a gap in between, and you don't want a vacuum, but this is a very, very serious matter before us. And we have to take it in stride, and we have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And, you know, recommendations, you would have constructive recommendations that, you know, the government could take with an open mind. Nothing is perfect. No leader could make all decisions and they're winning decisions. Sometimes a winning decision comes from the lowest rank in the organization. And I have, I've looked at, you could search somebody, their vehicle, their home, without a warrant. I don't live in a gated community. I don't live, as we consider it, in an upscale community or a middle-level community. And as Senator De La Vassie said, he may not be able to identify with it. I can tell everybody in the Senate today, the government could implement zones in my area at any time. I'm living in an average citizen community. Very basic, very average. And at any time, they could lock it down as a zones. You have they say that, all right, freedom, they're protecting our human rights. We appreciate it. And freedom of movement. But do we really have freedom of movement on our rights? In a zone, no matter, yes, you're saying you're protecting, all right, and you're weeding out, let's say we're weeding out the tears, but just remember, sometime you may go and look to root up the tears. And that harvest, you pull out weeds as well. You pull out the wheat as well. So you have to be very, very careful, because you don't want innocent people or innocent lives get up in crossfire. And sometimes the rogue elements, they go on scotch-free, because the rogue elements, they realize that some good day, their actions will catch up with them. Some good day, their actions, whereby it would either be the authorities or members of an opposite fraction. So they know they live in a high-risk life, so they don't really care. But the citizens in these communities that will be locked down as zones, and you have curfews, you have to think about individuals. For example, my husband go out to drop a client, one of his clients. I am home. It's night. And you would not be notified immediately a zone, or my area becomes a zone. He cannot get in. He cannot reach me. All right? And it could happen to any person. It could happen to any disabled person, someone with a disability. And what happens? Would we get some sort, would he be able to get some sort of pass or escort to come to me? I am locked down and I have to come to Parliament. What will happen? All of these things have to be taken into consideration because there is no freedom of you don't have freedom of movement. Because at any time, in your mind, at any time, you could be locked down. At any time, you could be out and locked down and you locked out of your zone, out of your area. Where would you stay overnight? Some people may not have people that they can go. They may not have the funds to, go and stay in a hotel or something like that. So that's one concern that, I'd like the government to take into consideration. And with no warrant, let's talk about no warrant. And they invade your home. And this has happened many times. The government can't tell me, or the police service or the army can't tell me that this never happened. Misinformation, and they parang the wrong house. They come and they parang the wrong house, they kick down the door, they turn my furniture upside down, they mash up things in my home with no warrant, and then they realize, oops, the wrong house. How am I going to be compensated? I am a citizen, an innocent citizen, misinformation, and they parang the wrong house. Then what? What would happen to the person? That citizen who would be devastated, paying the consequence for what? Something that they have never done? Their privacy has been invaded, because sometimes I would let you all know, okay, and I will give an example here. It still pains me today, after a couple months. It's so sad to talk about it, but I will. To show you all the seriousness. Everybody could sit down and everybody could talk here. Everybody wearing shoes in this Senate. Everybody, there could be the price, the size of the shoes. Let's be realistic. No one is walking in Senator Etienne's shoe or in any other person with severe disabilities. You could sympathize, you could try and comprehend, you could read a book, you could be a psychologist, you could have interaction, you could be working with persons with disabilities. But once you're not walking in the shoes, you don't feel it. So, I will give you my experience. And Senator Allaha was talking about, when the Senator Arts talk about training. He said, we need to get it passed, and, long term, and with training, and, training, will happen, things like that. And I will show you all how important it is, these pointers that were made with training and different, aspects of preparing people, especially the law enforcement team that will be operating and, surveilling these zones. Myself and my husband was, proceeding onto the bush route, into the vicinity of Mount Lambert. My husband didn't tell me anything. I just saw him stop on the bush route. When he stopped on the bush route, all I heard is 2 police officers came to the vehicle. He dropped his glass. He lowered his glass. Where you get that parliament pass from? Hand it to me, let me see it. So they started to interrogate him. And he said, well, my wife is a senator, and so and so and so. And they started asking questions, and you shouldn't be this and that. They asked, I wouldn't go into the big detail of it, because it's going to take away my time from my other points. Thank God I had this. I don't usually walk around with it. Other than the bus route pass and the disability pass, I had this. I took it out and I handed it to the senior officer. She watched it. And then she turned and told me, he said, my wife is the first blind independent senator in this country. And the response was, no senator is above the law. Now, in the first place, how have I gotten that pass? I was issued it because I am proud to represent my people. And it's with the type of arrogance and disrespect that I have faced. All I could have said is that I will speak to Parliament on this issue. Why are you going to Parliament? It's like, wow. Yeah. What? That's what I'm telling you. And I'll write right back. And after that, it was hurtful. Who is the owner of this car? Myself and my wife. Let me see the certified copy. Yes, wow. Yes, wow. And after that, I handed to them, and then they started and they rant and rave for over 15 minutes. I am the senior, and you should, and this and that and the other. And then, police officers, when they stop you, when they're leaving, I cannot see, they will say, proceed with caution, or something like that. I didn't even know when they left. I just feel my husband up the glass, and I said, what happened? And he told me, he said, they were driving behind us, they pulled alongside us, and they pulled in front of us, like if, my husband is a fugitive, my husband is some person that they're trying to run over, and you're seeing the parliament pass on the dashboard. Well, I did report it to the Senate, and I would like to compliment them because they have taken up the issue. Right now, the issue is in hand in the ministry. Well, I'm showing you, and I'm linking it right back, Senator Alaha, how important training is and sensitization. If those police officers were sensitized, they would have not been so critical and so condescending to someone who is proud to serve this country with every bit of breath in my body. I never thought I would have been able to serve my people like this. And I am proud, so I'm trying to say, that's one example, the importance of training. And this could take place, and not just with a disabled person. It could be anyone when they infiltrate without a warrant. Reason for this is because some people don't know how to execute power. Some people feel when they have power, unlimited power in their hand, they could execute it, speak to you anyway, and implement it how they feel. But power is not like that. You have to know how, when you have power in your hand, and there are police officers out there and law enforcement officers out there, when they are given absolute power in their hands, they abuse it. They don't utilize it in a way. And just remember that they have to remember that, hey, these are citizens as well, and you wouldn't like someone else to, accost your family in such a mean way. So, hence the reason why I have a concern with that. No warrant. And also, my next concern is, I have seen where once a zone is declared, there are 5 working days before a committee is formed. My question is, what will happen, the zone is declared in that 5 days, where the armed forces are given absolute power, and there is no committee to sensitize, no committee to monitor, anything like that. That 5 days loophole many things could happen to citizens. So I was wondering about that 5 days, because if you have to form a committee, I understand, but maybe that's the suggestion. You know, you wanna, the security officials, the minister security will know, well, hey, they will know things that the common citizens would know, that we are going to lock down this zone. So maybe you could start putting things in place so that it will not be an entire 5 days before a committee is established. Because when you have that committee, you have to have training. As you say, you want to do the human rights aspect of it, you want to develop the community, etc., etc., etc. But that 5 days, with that 5 days loophole, what would happen within that 5 days? And I have been wondering about it, that 5 days loophole. The next point I would like to raise is that, let's say, for example, someone is detained, taken down. It is written down that their names will be, their information will be placed in the station's diary. Let's say it was mistaken identity, and after the person is released. If that name is there all the time, that person would always be a target. It could be 2 weeks after, because you would have continual reviewing of the diary, the names in the diary, X, Y, and Z. That name will be in the station diary, and the person never did nothing, because there was just a clean sweep. They pick up a whole set of young fellas, they carry them down, and this person just get it in the clutter. All right, maybe he was walking on the streets or whatever, and everybody got this down into the station, his name in the diary, and every time he's getting shakedown. So what would happen? It could even happen to my husband as well. My husband could be in the community. Yes.
10 more minutes before your 40
Thank you. Thanks so
minutes.
much.
Thank you.
So thanks very much. So what would happen in that instance? I would like to also now reflect on Clause 25. That's the compilation of the committee from different areas, ministries, etc., etc. Dr. Murray has given light onto that. And you have, I would applaud the government. They have thought about us, Center for Persons with Disabilities. I would like to recommend that you expand it, because the government is paying millions of dollars in subventions to qualified NGOs as well. And when you only zone in on one organization, you are actually cheating yourself out of a lot of expertise in the other NGOs that you are pumping millions of dollars into. And the next suggestion recommendation I would like to make is that someone with a disability be chosen. The reason to be on that committee, the reason why I ask and I request it, is because someone from the Center for Persons with Disabilities might be chosen, and that person might be a non-disabled person. That person can't walk in my shoe. Never could they walk in my shoe, so how much sensitization could they do? I am a living experience of my life every day. All right, they don't bump the toe and have to feel the pain. They only could sympathize. And for them, it's a concept. For us, it's a way of life. So it must be somebody who live in that experience. Because I'll give you a quick scenario. What if you have a low vision person who is deaf? A curfew is imposed, and that person gas has finished at home. He put the gas tank on his shoulder and he gone down the road and police behind him trying to stop him. You know what could happen? And that is why I'm standing here and I'm pleading and asking for consideration to these suggestions. Prevention is better than cure, because it would hurt me. I would have to live with it for my life, that I support the bill and government disregard these important amendments. And when a zone is set up, one of my people die, and it's because they was deaf, and it's because of lack of sensitization on the officer part, and they're going down. How would I live with that? I was the one sitting here, I was the one standing here, and I say, yes, I support it. I am talking, I'm putting it on the Hansard right now, that it's important that you all consider that. It's very important that you all consider that. That is somebody with a disability to serve on that committee based on sensitization, orientation, accessibility, adaptive technology, all these things. And also, you are spending millions of dollars in subventions. Expand the pool, because if you have 3-4 zones, how much people from Center for Persons with Disabilities could cover that? 5 zones at one time, 1 NGO. You have qualified individuals. If I am a person and I hold many hats, I'm adaptive technology consultant as well. You have other people out there. All right? It's a serious matter, and we need to sensitize. If you're having a zone, it's a very serious matter. It's people's lives they're playing with, their human rights and their freedom. I'm kindly asking the government if they could consider, when I bring the amendments, the proposed amendments, if the Attorney General, we talk about flexibility, we talk about, hey, we want your support. I'm telling you, and I'm not expressing this for me alone. This came to me in emails, text message, and phone calls. Hey, something needs to be done because people need to be properly sensitized. And that's why I give my experience to show you all how important sensitization and training is. So with these few words, I'm not bashing the government's bill. I'm just showing where there is need for certain interventions and for you all to have an open mind to it. I would like to thank you for your listening ear. Thank you.
Senator Courtney McNeish.
Mr. President, this is my first contribution in the new year. It's appropriate that I extend the best wishes to you and all my senatorial colleagues. But folks, I'm fed up and tired. My first sitting and I'm fed up and tired. Absolutely fed up that successive administrations, you and you, over many, many years, have not been able to come up with sustainable proposals to attack, subdue, and defeat the scourge of violent crime in our country. Certain. What I said, scourge. I said scourge, sorry. And he's not here. No, I'm fed up. I'm fed up. I remember projects like Anaconda. Those of us who are of that vintage. Yes, Chinley. Yeah. Vanguard. I've seen, 2017, 2015, legislative proposals like the anti-gang legislation. Central Harare, I looked. I couldn't find one single conviction in the 8 or 9 years that that piece of legislation is in our books, under that piece of legislation. Not one. Failed. It did nothing to reduce it. And during the years of its existence, the measurable statistic I used for violent crime is murder kept on increasing. Mr. President, I kept looking for these crime plans and strategies, and I'm looking to see what was done, what the police service said. So I went to the Joint Select Committee for National Security, for which I happen to be a member now. You know, interestingly, the 2023 report is interesting. Almost all of the crime reduction strategies reported by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, all the targets were not achieved. That is the National Security Joint Select Committee's report of 2023. The target of 20% reduction in murders, it went bellied up. It increased by 10% instead. Targets for violent crime, detection rates, firearm seizures, motor vehicle larcenies, all bust. No targets achieved. And these were the outcomes reported by the police themselves to the committee. They all failed. Go to 2024. Oh, fantastic year. We had a great commissioner of police. What is her name? Christopher. She offered us the strategy of prayers and thoughts. That too failed. The reports on firearms and gun violence, failures. However, the police were able to advise the committee that they were relying more on forensic and technological methods. However, they won't be able to provide any statistical evidence for improved detection rates. And noteworthy was that the 2 mobile scanners used for anti-gun operations were not operational. Failure. Taken together, looking at all this failure together, there's absolutely no doubt that the most critical component of violent crime murders is no surprising that those levels kept rising. So I went to some other statistics. Let us take a look at what I noticed. Mr. President, in 2014, there were 403 murders. 2015, 420. 2016, 462. 2017, 495. 2018, 517. 2019, 536. And 2020, 393. What happened in 2020? What were the 3 factors of 2020 20 that could have impacted this. My former friend and my friend, Commissioner of Police, would say it was great leadership of the police service. He was the Commissioner of Police at the time. Some say no, it was COVID and the impact of that. And then some also say, well, you have to overlay that on the fact that the government had put in a state of emergency. So it's not Griffith's great policing leadership. It is not the effects of COVID itself, some argue. And it was supported by what the temporary senator said last night, the effects of the state of emergency. So I go further. I'm looking at the stats. I am data-driven, gentlemen and ladies, not emotional, but I can be shallow sometimes. Never, ever, ever, Senator Alexander.
Whatever, Baptist never.
But look what happened in 2021, Mr. President. As the foot come off the brakes and the state of emergency release, 448. Senator Roberts, you missed by 8. 448. And look what happened in 2022. 599. The trend continues. Slight reduction in 2023, 577. And the masterful year of 2024 with our most talented Commissioner of Police ever in my lifetime, 625. And then in 2025, miraculously, it felt like a big storm. I looked at 2025 and I said something happened in this year to cause this. These matters, they don't drop for no reason or just so. For 9 months, Mr. President, in 2025, this country lived under a state of emergency. January, February, March, and much of April 2025 by the PNM, and then July to December 2025 under the UNC. A state of emergency suspends the rights of all citizens, all. If you're detained, you can't go nowhere, you can't go to court, you have no rights. Police will come in your house, search, detain you for no reason, your rights are dead. So is it that draconian declaration of a state of emergency that we must continue to live under for us to achieve low or manageable levels of violent crime? Because nothing else has worked, gentlemen, ladies. Nothing else has worked. It's 20-something years we're doing this. From Akanda to, where is it? Baghdad. Nothing has worked. We can't even get a conviction under the anti-gang legislation. Senator Harari, let me advise you, gang members don't walk with membership cards in their breast pockets. Gang leaders do not maintain membership logs in their home who are their members. And it's impossible to get a witness to come and say, Philip Alexander is a member of the 7 gang. So it doesn't surprise me, Mr. President, that nobody could get convicted under this legislation, except Alexander. I am very serious, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very serious. So the only strategy that has worked in this country to treat with violent crime is state of emergency. That is unacceptable. So I now have a bill before me. Mr. President, I'm a data-driven old man. And this bill contains significant similarities to some conditions that exist under state of emergency. It gives certain powers to the law enforcement agencies. I'm not a big speaker, so I'm not going to go into all this great big detail. It gives certain powers to law enforcement agencies. Search, detain, arrest, etc. Limited to particular geographic areas. But on the other hand, maintains the rights of citizens. So the phenomenon that has worked by the data to reduce violent crime, it's difficult to continue with that as an ongoing strategy, because that's a constitutional measure. And we have a bill that says we will take some of those conditions of a phenomenon that work and combine it with some factors limited to a specific geographic area while maintaining the rights, some rights of citizens. I say that is worth considering. I say, not perfect, it's worth considering. I am not being charged, and I am not being charged at all. So let us look at this a little bit. Mr. President, the bill vests the power to declare and revoke a zone of special operations in the Prime Minister and Council. Now, I had a little problem with that. Senator Allaha, I picked up the phone and I called Senator Allaha. What is this President, Prime Minister and Council? He explained to me, because it is in the definition. The Prime Minister, therefore, is the office. I don't care about the person now. Is the office holder sitting in a special capacity as head of a national security committee authorized to make such a declaration. But is it that not same office holder, by the constitutional provisions under state of emergency, can advise the president to declare a state of emergency? Is that not the same office holder? So what's the difference? Has that been abused? I don't know. I don't care about the individual here, because today is Mr. Sutton, it was Manning's before, it was Rowley before. Prime Ministers go and come. It's an office holder. It is the same office holder under the Constitution that can advise the president. As far as I'm concerned, the president can say no. And the president has to declare this, to proclaim the state of emergency. It's the same office holder doing it under this act. acting in the capacity as chair of the National Security Council. Now, I like the Jamaica model about having an opposition member sit on the National Security Council, but that alone is not sufficient to say the bill has some inherent effect. So I got past that. At the same time, Mr. President, the bill contemplates operating, notwithstanding inconsistencies with the fundamental rights protected under Section 415 of the Constitution. It places a heightened responsibility, therefore it places a heightened responsibility on the Senate to ensure that such powers are accompanied by clear safeguards, accountability, and oversight. I have looked at the bill. The rights of the citizen is essentially maintained. He has the right, he must be told what he's charged with or detained with. He has to go before a magistrate. He has access to the writ of habeas corpus. Don't see how it is infringed. Maybe I'm reading something somebody else not seeing. Because if I walk down the road and I'm a police officer and I lock up Senator Murray, she has rights. She has rights. She needs to know why she's arrested. She has the right to know what the charges are against her. She has the right to go before a magistrate to answer those charges. The same rights are preserved. Am I missing something? No, you guys answered me. Asking Senator Harari, am I missing something here? No, I'm not to worry about the constitutionality aspect that you raised last night, because if the act happens to be unconstitutional, somebody will challenge it, and then the government have to deal with that. I am concerned about whether the content of the bill is likely to achieve its intent and its objective. That's what I'm concerned with. Mr. President, there's one distinction in the bill that I cannot oversee. It goes hard to the heart of the constitutional government under state of emergency. This Parliament knows that the court can be placed at a distance under state of emergency. Preventative detention may be authorized by the executive, bail may be denied under a state of emergency, and most significantly, I said, the writ of habeas corpus that safeguard against unlawful imprisonment is denied when the constitutional rights are suspended under a state of emergency. Mr. President, I recall the Minister for Homeland Security some time ago coming to respond to supplementary question number 12 in the Senate. He advised that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is presently engaged in a comprehensive reconciliation exercise to cross-reference station-level arrest and detention logs with records maintained by the judiciary covering the period 2020 to 2025. That's what he advised. He indicated that at this stage, he couldn't give a definite completion date for that exercise, although there were dedicated personnel assigned to it. He fully promised that once this information is available, Parliament will have access to it. This response, Mr. President, is relevant to our consideration of how a zone of special operation is to be determined, or should be determined, or could be determined under this bill. The legislation requires that a zone be declared on the basis of reasonable grounds of belief that rampant criminality or a serious threat to the public order exists within a defined geographic area, of course. However, the minister's response, Mr. President, confirms as a matter of record that Parliament does not yet have access to fully reconcile national data set on arrest, detentions, and outcomes over recent years. Parliament doesn't have that. I don't know whether the National Security Council does. If we are to be data-driven and information-driven, allowing us to make decisions, there must be some concerns with the accuracy and completeness of our records. This reality raises an important practical question. How is the state to demonstrate in a clear, transparent manner the factual basis on which such reasonable grounds are formed? It doesn't matter who forms it, who declares it. How you arrive in to say, well, these are the reasonable grounds. Is it that the police will just come and report? What information the National Security Council will rely on to arrive at that reasonable grounds? Maybe that response could come when it doesn't say. And I am convinced when the minister came here, I was a loss. I was aghast. Who has this information? How and where is it reconciled? But I will continue. In my respectful view, Mr. President, I do not think that argues seriously against the bill itself, but it does underscore the importance of embedding clear structured reporting review mechanisms from the very inception of the declaration of any zone. The legitimacy of a zone of special operations will depend not only on its outcomes, but on the clarity and transparency of the information used to justify the creation itself. Mr. President, the value that the review is not theoretical. Jamaica's experience demonstrates that why it matters relates directly to whether the whole declaration itself would render it a success or a failure. Their zones of special operation legislation was subject to review after implementation. And that process led directly to substantive amendments in 2023. Significant amendments. They didn't abandon it. There was no sunset clause. They had a review clause to review it, and they led to significant amendment. And I have seen some of the amendments in their 2023 amendments here. I've seen it here. Somebody said it was cut and paste. I know Senator Murray laughs. No, I'm serious. I saw the 2023 amendments, What I was happy about, I've heard some people call for sunset clause. I hate sunset clauses. I prefer reviews. Let us sit down, review, look at the numbers, look at the failures and recesses, where we can improve it. Because as crime statistics shows, as you move your foot off the gas, you move your foot off the pedal, it comes right back. It comes right back, and that's the nature of crime. Clause 28 of the bill mandates a parliamentary review from time to time. I do not understand the concept from time to time. Are we reviewing it once a year, once every 2 years? Who determines when the review? Is it the leader of the business, the Speaker of the House? But from time to time, I suppose that could be determined with the first review no later than 3 years. So it takes 3 years before there's a first review. Yes. No later than 3 years. No later than 3 years. Thank you, sir. So it means that it could review for the first year, second year, third year. It could be reviewed annually. Even probably after every 6 months. But no, that would be probably impractical. And I think reviews are what is needed to ensure that it remains a system of relevance and it is achieving its ends. Let us take a look at the Jamaica experience a little bit. Mr. President, Jamaica zones legislation provides the closest comparative example to the bill before us. After several years of operational use, the last set of amendments, as I said before, occurred in 2023. And I said the bill was not thrown out, the system wasn't abandoned, it was refined. We are having a bill that is recommended in 180 days. That came directly from Jamaica's amendment. Jamaica started, they were 60 days. They have now gone to 180 days. Oh, I will hustle up. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Jamaica also introduced a statutory mechanism allowing individuals to apply for the return of seized property. That is captured in our bill. But what is instructive, Mr. President, is that between 2024 and 2025, without the use of the mechanism of a state of emergency, Jamaica's murder rate fell by 42.5%, while they continue to operate 7 special zones. Their shooting rate dropped by 32%. They did not implement a state of emergency in 2025. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is on record touting the success of this piece of legislation, although he is unable to produce conclusive evidence that these improvements were due solely to the operations of these zones of special operations. Mr. President, I only have a few minutes more. And I want to state without any fear of contradiction that to take action against the serious issue of violent crime is a must. We have no choice. The question is whether in so doing we act with discipline, clarity, and foresight required. When Parliament, or if Parliament authorizes these exceptional powers that touch the daily lives, that touch on the fundamental rights of our citizens, we do so with the knowledge that this is intended to be temporary and to aid that community to eventually get back to a position where normal policing strategies and policies could one day reapply. I am troubled by the fact in Jamaica, at least, there are zones of special operations been operating for more than 5 years. That's a troubling statistic for me. I think that, in many respects, suggests that Jamaica has reached a point where the continued operational zone has become normalized. And it is something I believe a lesson that we can learn from, and we need to be mindful. Mr. President, we must stay faithful and true to the standards and the provisions envisaged and contemplated in this bill. They can be improved. They can be improved upon review. But I have no doubt, and I accept, that if we have to continue to reap the gains from 2025, we cannot just continue extending the state of emergency. We need to implement a system that must become part of our legislative framework. And therefore, Mr. President, I have no fundamental objections to the bill that has been suggested. And I believe that if passed, in time, it can only be improved. I thank you very much.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to an agreement reached among all of the benches, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m., when we will resume debate on the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures bill 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 1:30 p.m.